All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody is doing well today. I had to take a day off from streaming yesterday because I was a little bit sick, feeling a lot better today, much better, but my throat was really giving me problems. And if you listen to the video I put out yesterday, you probably heard it. Still tried to get a video out there for you guys, but I'm glad to be back. And man, we have, boy oh boy, do we have some things to talk about. Yeah, Irfin's going crazy in the chat. We have the Universal Gamer 87, a member for 31 months, says, "What's up, MBG? Time to feed the boss." Yeah, I had to bring back the other cat tower. The other one just wasn't working. So we're back to, old reliable here. Josh Nuggets is here. Welcome, Josh. Still no membership. Did my copy of Requiem get delivered? It should be getting delivered any minute now. So if I walk away from the stream for a moment or two, or a minute or two, I should say, it's because I'm going to get my copy. Yeah, it's coming. So, yeah, super stoked for Resident Evil, man. Mini Tom, what's going on, bro? Very excited for Resident Evil. There's also the Marathon Server Slam that's happening today, and some people, I think, got invited to the Horizon Hunters Gathering playtest. So I was not one of those people, unfortunately. Fortunately, I don't know. Maybe I would have tried it. I mean, if they invite me, maybe I would try it. But I don't know. At this point, there's just too many things to play. I've really been waiting for Resident Evil, but we have some really good news. Irfin, yeah, maybe we'll check that out at the end of the stream. Yeah, he's been putting out a bunch of videos. Hellbound, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Did you hear the RAM situation is getting crazier? No, I didn't hear anything about that. Oh, hold on. We did it. Everything's good. Everything's good. Sorry. I was like running around. There's like packages I had to bring in. We're good. We're good. I got it. I've secured the package. It's here. It's here. Hell yeah. PS5 Pro enhanced, baby. In-game purchases, though. That's concerning. Just kidding. We already know. So there it is. Boom. I don't know if it'll let me stand it up. Oh, you can't even see it. It's just a massive glare. I'm trying to like display it. We'll open it. We'll open it. We'll do it live. Can I play it yet? I mean, I couldn't play it on stream, but see, this is the benefit of buying physical. And Stephen Nearly, he says, glad I picked up an 8 terabyte SSD at launch, bro. PS Direct has it listed at $2,800 now. Excuse me, what? What? Josh Z, yeah, I'm not covering that right now because I want to wait to see. I'm waiting for other more reputable sources and insiders, and journalists. Multiple journalists, I think, are doing reports on Bluepoint, so I'm just waiting for that to come out. Could be sometime in March. I'm having a really hard time unboxing this right now. I'm trying. And we have Fred Vance, member for 69 months. Nice. He says, hope everybody is having an awesome day, and shout out to any channel members born in February. You are all beautiful. Well, Fred, thank you for that, man. Thank you for being a member for 69 months, man. That's crazy. Thank you for that. And yeah, I saw that new TV you posted in the Discord. That's absolutely wild. I literally can't open this. You got to be kidding me right now. That's crazy, man. I'm jealous. Was it 75 inches, right? I'll just sit here. I'll just sit here for 10 minutes. I'm not, guys, I'm not going to be able to play Requiem because I can't open my physical copy. There's got to be another way. There we go. I think I got it. Hold on. Damn cellophane. That new game smell. Ain't nothing quite like it. Sure, it's not good to be breathing in those chemicals, but, Whew. Look, there's actually, here we go. There's a poster in here as well. Let's check it out. It's real, just so you know. There's the disc. Put that up like that. Man, this feels like the good old days. Here we go. Got a poster. Double-sided. Very cool. I like that. I feel like these days when you buy a lot of physical games, you don't really get anything with it. So to get like a little poster like that, I think that's an Amazon exclusive though. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure because I ordered mine from Amazon. I'm pretty sure this poster was like an Amazon exclusive. So I don't know. MRPD, what's up? Yeah. So that's a big deal, MRPD. And Irfan was pointing that out to me. There's like seemingly confirmation from Jason Schreier that Sony's like done with PC. And it's a really big deal, obviously. I just don't know. I don't know if I'll talk about it today. Excuse me, but I feel bad because there's just so many topics to discuss. So I don't know how long today's stream is going to be, but we have a lot to go over and cover. And Fred, you're saying yes to 75-inch QM 9K TV. Wife said I could order it for my birthday present. Well, that's awesome, dude. I hope you enjoy it. What's the first game you're going to play on it? That's crazy. 75-inch. Very, very good. Daniel, let me see. You're saying, Dwayne, what's going on, man? Apple is so desperate they signed a contract to pay double the current retail value to Samsung for. Oh, man. Double the current value. That's crazy, dude. Yeah. So, it seems like we're going to be talking about PlayStation and PC in the next week or two. I don't know. It could be as early as next week. But for those who don't know, Jason Schreier recently on his podcast, he was talking about how Wolverine might never make it to PC and how Sony might be pulling back from PC at this point. And, people were unsure how to take this because it's like, well, is Jason Schreier just speculating? Jason Schreier is one of the most reputable journalists and insiders. And so, people just took it as him speculating, but he actually clarified. Well, I think it was on the Reset Era forums, Irfan. I know you had it quoted. He clarified that no, he's not speculating. Like it's not like he's working on a big Bloomberg report. He's just waiting for a few more details. So this is a pretty big deal. I mean, I don't imagine it's just going to be like Sony is done with PC permanently. Like they're just done. I don't think that's what it is. But I think it's more along the lines of anything that we make that's live service, sure, that'll go to PC. I don't think that hurts anything, especially when you look at like Helldivers, right? It only helps. Single player games, not going to PC. I think that if I had to guess, I don't know what Jason Schreier's report is going to be. If I had to guess, so yeah, here we go. Thank you, Irfan. Jason Schreier regarding Sony pulling away from single-player PC ports. Quote, "It is not speculation, but sometimes topics come up on the show before I'm quite ready to publish a story about them. More to come soon." So, I mean, this is a pretty big deal, man. It's a pretty big deal. I mean, the implications here are pretty massive. So Sony slick. Sony slick. Oh, wait. What's that? Hold on. What's that? We have a PlayStation 6 coming in the next few years. Oh, okay. Oh, I guess maybe we should stop putting our games on PC. Because why would you buy a PlayStation 6 if we signal to you that all of our games will come to PC? If we change that and let you know we're not putting them on PC anymore. Magnus effect. Oh yeah. Oh my God. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. That's crazy. You're right. No. Xbox players are like, no, this can't be. Xbox players. Magnus was supposed to be the chosen one. They were the chosen one. Firespread is working on multiple unannounced titles according to their financial statements. Interesting. Devil Shooter, you're saying I'm in a position to either upgrade my PC or PS6. Sony's choice. Interesting. Devil Shooter, I think Sony might actually be listening to you, bro. I don't think... No, Nixus is absolutely not going to go away. No. At least in my opinion. Nixus is far too valuable as a support studio. I don't think Nixus is just purely a PC port studio. They've worked on, they help with, they're helping with Saros, so they're, but yeah, I don't think they're completely done with PC. I'll tell you what, this report, we don't know when it's coming out from Jason Schreier, but he's basically signaling that like Sony is changing their PC strategy. And I do think the PlayStation 6 has almost everything to do with it. I think it's a matter of Sony fundamentally understands, how could they not? They've been doing this for 5 generations now, that if you want to give your console the best possible chance at selling, when you announce PlayStation 6 games, whenever that is, especially from, your first party, you want to try to make it clear that we want you to buy a PlayStation for these games, right? Like we don't want to signal to you that if you wait a year, if you wait 2 years, you'll get them, even though that's what Sony's been doing this gen. But what I think the overall strategy here is, like, do I think Wolverine's never coming to PC? No. I mean, Jason Schreier thinks that, and I would love to get more details from him, and we will. And maybe I'm totally wrong here, but I think it's more along the lines of you'll get Wolverine on PC like at the end of the PlayStation 6 gen. Like Sony's going to like do what they did with the PS4, where we're going to have this incredible generation of all these games. And then maybe like after that, once the generation's kind of over or coming to an end, then we'll start working on bringing them to PC to resell them. You know, I think that would make sense. So, like, for example, um, let's just say Venom, right? Like, Venom might be a launch title for the PlayStation 6. Um, if, you know, if all right, hold on. Jesus, man. What the fuck is wrong with people? If Venom is a PlayStation 6 game or a launch game, right? Um, and Sony's like, we want to use this to sell the PlayStation 6 or more PS5s if we have to, right? Maybe it'll be cross-gen. I don't think that means Venom would never go to PC, but I think what it'll mean is like 6 years later when the PS6 gen is slowly winding down or it's like entering its final phase, and whatever comes next, I don't know if we'll get a PlayStation 7 gen. I mean, that's really far thinking at this point, but if we do, then Sony will be like, all right, Nixus, we got a whole batch of games. So you're going to be busy for the next like 3 years, you know, porting these games. I could see them doing that. I don't think it would be permanent, but I don't know. I could be wrong, you know? Maybe Sony is just like, no, we're not. The most important thing here is this. This is the most important thing. When people would say like Sony bringing their games to PC is just extra money for them. That's true. But the question is how much extra money? I think Spider-Man 2 is what broke them. I do. You know, Spider-Man 2 was rushed to PC. Like, they tried to close the gaps between their console and PC launches. And Spider-Man 2 is like, yeah, we're doing it in like a year. Like, essentially, it's like we're launching Spider-Man 2, our biggest game, possibly the generation, in terms of how much it's going to sell. We're putting that on PC as soon as we can. And it did nothing. It literally did nothing. If you look at the data from Alinea Analytics, if you believe them, they reported that, and this was a recent report, this was just from a couple months ago, they said that Spider-Man 2 is still selling like 1 million units a quarter on PlayStation 5 and is still selling many PlayStation 5 units. It's doing nothing on PC. It's doing absolutely nothing on PC. And I'm like, that right there, if Sony does actually make the decision, like we're done putting our single player games on PC, that's what did it. That's 100% what did it. Why? Don't call me. Don't call me. Don't call me, boss. Don't call me, bro. But yeah, we'll see. But I mean, you know, what do I see it as? How would I feel if Sony said, yeah, we're not doing. Okay. All right. I hear you, boss. I hear you. Guys, I still want to advocate for memberships. We got to hit some goals today. But, you know, he's literally clawing me. So I'm just going to give him some treats now. I'm not going to pull a snake and keep him waiting. You know, how would I feel if Sony were to decide we're not doing PC ports anymore? Only live service will go to PC. Everything we do single player from PlayStation Studios, console only, console exclusive. Okay, yeah. I'm not at all opposed to that. I'm like that makes logical sense to me after seeing the results that we've seen for PC. I tried to tell people PC didn't move the needle for Sony. I tried to tell people. I was looking at the data. I was listening to their earnings reports or their earnings calls and looking over their earnings reports. I'm like, dude, this accounts for like less than 2%. I don't think they're going to keep going this way. And we have MVP Moss coming in, renewing his membership. MVP Moss, thank you so much for that, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He actually gets us started today, and I will add that to the counter. Thank you for choosing to renew your membership and support the channel directly, buddy. Simply can't do this without you guys and your support. It is in the earnings, yeah. And Big Tech 83 comes in. Big Tech 83 said, no way. No way. No way.
Holy shit.
No way. No way. It happened. It happened. Guys, Big Tech ain't no way. That's crazy. Josh Nuggets gets a membership. We did it. He's free. He's like, I got a fucking membership. This is unbelievable. This is who would have thought? The random 5 from Big Tech, and Josh finally gets it. This is a momentous occasion. Josh, congratulations, my friend. Enjoy your membership. Use the emojis. Finally. It's been a long time coming. That's amazing. I had to do like a double take on that one. Sorry. Yeah, Irfin would have definitely gotten one by now, but he's not allowed to have one. So let me see. Perfect image. Oh, MRPD. Very nice cat. Draco. Okay. Perfect image. Thank you. I'll play that clip. Yeah. I appreciate that, bud. Yeah, so Big Tech, seriously though, thank you for the 5 member gifts, man. Appreciate that. He says, welcome to the team. Terry Boy says, to celebrate RE9, I'm giving away a copy of RE9 on PS5 on a Twitch live stream tomorrow to one viewer. And TuneTap is, so he's plugging his Twitch. TuneTap on Twitch, stream at 8 p.m. Central, RE9 time. Well, there you go, Terry Boy. Thank you, man. Thank you for super chatting to plug your Twitch. No, that's cool, though. That's cool that you're doing a giveaway, bro. That's awesome. So if you guys want to check him out tomorrow when he's streaming on Twitch, feel free to do so. You might get lucky. And is it a PS5 copy or maybe a viewer's choice potentially? Good stuff, man. Let me play this clip real quick, though. This is, I think, what Jason Schreier had to say. Check. And Big Tech 83 comes in again. He's feeling lucky. Somebody's feeling lucky today. Big Tech 83 comes in. He drops a second 5-pack. He opens another 5-pack for you guys. That's another 5 memberships gifted. He gets us up to 11 on the day. You love to see it. Big Tech is feeling it. I'm feeling it. Thank you, bro. Let me give you a, here we go.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Guys, it seems like Resident Evil 9 might be using PSSR 2.0 already. We're going to talk about that. There's too much to talk about, guys. I'm overwhelmed. We have so much to unpack. This is how it always works, man. Like when it's slow, it's slow. There ain't nothing to talk about. And then once it starts picking up, it's like then you're just totally overwhelmed. You know, these things, they are cyclical, but they're also predictable because of that. Why do people think Sony decides what contracted IPs go to PC? Games like Wolverine may have a PC release planned and contract signing. That's true. I mean, it could. Yeah. We don't know exactly what the contracts look like, you know, that Sony signs with Marvel or Disney. So you could be right about that. And Hellbound, the legend returns. Hellbound comes in. He wants to keep the member train rolling. He opens another 5-pack for you guys. Another 5 memberships gifted. Hellbound, thank you so much, my friend. You bring us to 16, and we are now less than 10 away. We're 9 away from hitting the first goal today. Shadowlink's been coming in here doing some heavy lifting for you guys. So I appreciate seeing you guys show up and dropping some 5s across the board. Love to see it. You're waiting for your copy, Big Tech? Yeah, I got mine. Just came in. I haven't even installed it yet. It got here as soon as I went live. So I feel lucky I was able to get it a little bit early. I mean, I'm looking forward to playing it, man. I've been waiting. What are my thoughts on RE9 game length? I don't know how long the game is. I'm not worried about the length, to be honest. I'm just more concerned about the impact of what I play. I mean, I'm assuming it'll be at least like 10 to 12 hours. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, if it was shorter than that, I would be a little bit surprised. But for me, it's just more a matter of, how enjoyable the boss. Can you figure yourself out, man? How enjoyable the overall experience is, 20 hours? Is that how long it is? 20 hours? Well, yeah, I do want to also issue a warning. Like anytime, if we're obviously going to be talking about Resident Evil 9 today, but I don't want any spoilers. I'm trying really hard to, you know, um, mods. You have my permission. If you see anybody trying to spoil anything, I mean, I don't think game length. I don't count that as a spoiler, obviously, but anything that seems spoilers, yeah, just ban because people should know. I did not put spoilers in the thumbnail or the title. Nobody here's, as far as I'm aware, nobody here's even played it yet. So yeah, I don't count game length as a spoiler, but some people have been trying to come in and be a-holes, Um, all right, so I'm going to play this clip, guys. This is not my first Resident Evil game. No, I love Resident Evil. Perfect Image. He timestamped this clip, I think. So this is from Jason Schreier's podcast. He talks about Sony possibly walking away from PC or halting PC ports. So I haven't heard this yet. We're going to listen to it together.
I mean, I think for them, their strategy is like live service games are coming to PC, but I think the sense I'm getting is that they're backing away from putting their exclusive console stuff, like traditional single player stuff, on PC.
Really? You think they can close that door? Is it they could start to say, okay, never mind.
I do.
Ghost of Tsushima 3 is only going to be on PlayStation?
I do.
Wow.
I do. PlayStation has its own problems that we could get into in a whole nother episode. It's just, I don't, like, the idea of what Xbox is, I feel like, has just been completely, like, we could all give 20 different definitions, and that marketing campaign, this is an Xbox, really defines what their biggest problem is that nobody knows what an Xbox is.
Right. I'm just sort of observing a strategic similarity in the way that PlayStation is now releasing The Last of Us 2. These big PlayStation exclusives are being put on PC, and in seeing the grumbling among PlayStation fans kind of saying,
yeah, I think that's going to stop. Is what I'm saying.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So that would be interesting if it did stop. They'd be kind of moving back toward that console strategy direction.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, I'm not sure how super successful those PC releases were. I'm not 100%
Seems like
sure.
trying to put something back in a bottle or turn back the clock. That doesn't seem like it would work to me.
Oh, stopping doing that? Well, it's like they never did it day and day, so the PC releases were always just kind of late to the party, and I don't think that successful in the first place. So, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that big of a
You mean like sales-wise successful or
yeah, like
how
commercially
successful how?
successfully. Yeah, I mean, that's the big question, but
All right, well, that's the clip ripped directly from Jason Schreier's podcast. Now, here's the important part for those who are just joining us. The console wars are back on. Let's do it. For those who are just joining, so Jason Schreier clarified after this podcast, because again, that clip you just heard, people walked away and they were like, well, he's just speculating. He doesn't know. He clarified on the Reset Era forum saying, I mean, it is not speculation, but sometimes topics come up on the show before I'm ready to publish a story about them. More to come soon, I'm sure. Thanks for listening. So he's confirming that he has a story he's working on about Sony and PC and seemingly how they're going to be stopping. So Sony's 2 games a year won't go, but everything else will. Hey, 2 games a year? 2 games you ain't getting, son. 2 games you ain't getting, my boy. No, I don't know. I mean, even from that perspective, it almost starts to make more sense. Where it's like, yeah, maybe Sony should, like, I'm telling you, man, my intuition with this, it's telling me that This is in preparation for the PS6. I think Sony wants to get this nailed down before they, because we talked about this. I told you guys ad nauseum, Sony has an uphill battle with the PlayStation 6. They do. And we've been talking quite extensively about, like, will Sony return to exclusivity? Is this something that's on the table for them? Because I've been telling you how so many other factors that normally would sell a new generation console are going to be off the table. Factors like, you know, the difference in graphics. There will be a difference. You will notice it. It will look a lot better, but for a lot of people, it's not going to be so mind-blowing. It's not going to be a leap like we saw between the PS1 to 2 to 2 to 3, 3 to 4, or even 4 to 5 in a lot of ways. So that's off the table. We don't know what the pricing is going to be. We don't even know when it's going to launch, but we know that Magnus is coming. Magnus is apparently going to be a Windows PC. It will offer Steam, in other words, the next Xbox device. Whether or not you view it as a console or not, whether or not Microsoft markets it as a console or not, you're gonna be able to play any PlayStation game that Sony puts on there. So, I just feel like if you're Sony, you need to put one of the only things back on the table that you have in your arsenal, which is if you decide to say we're going exclusive again, like we're doing exclusives again, even if it's just the single player side. I mean, let's not mince words here, guys. Like if Sony makes that announcement, it's going to cause like it's going to be a tidal wave announcement. Just like when Sony said, like, yeah, we're bringing our games to PC, that was a tidal wave announcement. Reversing that is going to also be a tidal wave announcement. And you're going to see people saying it's a bad decision. You're going to see people saying it's a great decision. I think it's just a logical one. I think, to be honest, I think Sony could do nothing and they would still be in a pretty good position for the PS6. But it's like, if your whole position as Sony PlayStation is, and this is what I want to emphasize, people downplay this. I think sometimes people downplay this because they just don't like the console experience, or they don't like PlayStation in particular. Either way, it's fine. But what we need to understand collectively is that when you look at PlayStation's financial success, I'm emphasizing financial because that's what matters to them, right? It's a business. Their financial success, what is the single focal point of it? It is their console. Literally, it is their hardware. It is their box. So no matter how antiquated you might think that is, it is that. It just is that. You know what I mean? Like, and I've talked to you guys about the idea of if Sony doesn't have like a big upheaval plan that they haven't announced yet, where it's like, we're making a PC launcher, we're going in. Yo, Fred's waiting for the orders from boss. If Sony doesn't have some kind of like big, I guess you could say shift planned for their platform, where it's like, yeah, we're making a PC launcher, we're going to turn your PC into a PlayStation. If they don't have something like that planned, then what that means is Sony needs the PS6 to be very successful. And that's the important thing that I think a lot of people don't understand, is that what people constantly project is not the truth for Sony and their business. Where you can think whatever you want about console gaming. You can think whatever you want about PC gaming. You can evaluate the market any which way you want. It does not change the fact that Sony's success hinges on their own box. It always has. And I'm not saying it always will, but you can start to understand why Sony, if Sony has to take a chance, if Sony has to place a bet going into 2027, 2028, and 2029 with the PlayStation 6, and that bet is we either stick to the console model like we have for literally 5 successful generations. Yeah, I might have to Update the title. I don't know. I'll see if we can cover all the topics, Irfan. You either stick to that model that has seen all 5 of your generations be successful, and not only be successful, but now you're at your most successful point so far. So it's not even like it's going down. It's only been going up. Maybe a little bit of plateau and stagnation here and there, but still going up nonetheless, in certain areas. You either take your chance with that, or you take your chance with, we'll go the Microsoft route. I'm asking you guys, just pure logic wise, you're the head of Sony PlayStation. Which one do you take your chance with? If it's me, I'm betting on the console for sure. I'm betting on what has worked for 5 generations, where I know my established core audience is, and it doesn't mean that I would ignore every other growth vector, but those growth vectors during a time like this would have to take a back seat to ensure, like, this has to be successful first. This is the foundation. If we can't make this successful again, then none of that other stuff even matters. Because if you go the other direction first, like, and it doesn't work, because let me ask, how has it worked out for Microsoft? I mean, look at what happened to their console. If you're Sony, you would be, I'm going to be honest, like, you would be out of your mind. And that's why it's felt so strange for the past couple of years to see all these people who are not PlayStation players, by the way, talk about how, Sony needs to go in this direction, and they should, and they're wrong for not doing it. And I'm like, from a consumer standpoint, I get that. But if we're talking, like, in terms of, like, okay, what are they actually more likely to do, backed by the logic that is, we understand these are all businesses and they're going to make business-oriented decisions. Sony will lose billions. Where do you think they will make that up at? Well, I mean, truthfully, I'm sure they would have some kind of plan to make it up somewhere, but maybe live service. I'm serious about that. Like, maybe their idea is, like, listen, we're still going to be putting games on PC, just our live service games. And our live service games on both console and PC are going to be getting recurring revenue. That recurring revenue may, depending on how many more live service games they put out, that might bridge that gap. I don't know if it'll be billions per se, but we're talking about less than 2%. I mean, I think it's plausible, certainly. I hope not. I mean, that would be unfortunate, but I don't know. Like, will they do $80 games for the PS6? Will they do more price hikes? Anything's possible, man. All I know is that they're not going to be the only ones. That's the sad part about it. I'm going to be honest, after seeing Bluepoint close, I know this sounds like a weird correlation here, but I thought Sony putting their games on PC was supposed to, like, stop stuff like that, and it didn't. So I'm like, yeah, fuck it, I don't care. Like, Sony, if you stop putting your games on PC, I'm not going to shed a tear. Like, I don't care. I play on console. That's where I play. I'm a PlayStation player. That's where I play. So as long as you tell me our PlayStation games are going to be on our PlayStation, that's what matters to me. If PC players who don't want to buy a console are left out, I understand their consternation. I'm not saying that's wrong. Like, if you're frustrated by that, I totally get it, but it's not my problem. Just like it's not their problem that I'm not experiencing the greatness that is PC in their mind. I just think if Sony wants to protect, I think that's the word, protect, right? If they want to protect their model that has allowed PlayStation to find the success it has, this might be a necessary decision. Especially when you look at the gains that they got from it, minimal gains. Kendall Fire is saying, much like the PS4 did for the PS3, it seems like the PS6 gen will be focused on reversing the mistakes of the PS5 gen. Perhaps, yeah. Yeah. I will say, though, that, people talk about the PS5 gen and how bad it is. It's not really anything compared to the PS3, though. Like, the PS3 gen had the benefit of they were able to turn it around much quicker. But in the short term, the amount of damage done was so bad, dude. Like, PlayStation was literally on the brink of ending Sony. I think it was like Sony's TV sector, and there it was other Sony divisions that were doing well at the time, that if it wasn't for them, like, dude, Sony would have went under. That's how bad PS3 was doing. So Sony wasn't in that position this gen. Sony's just in a kind of the awkward position of you found the greatest amount of success you ever have. You took a lot of gambles on certain things, and you did a lot of experiments. Some of those gambles paid off. The majority seemingly didn't. And I think, yeah, now it's a matter of going in, preparing for the next generation. It's a matter of trying to figure out, like, all right, which gambles paid off and which ones should we stick with? Like, I'll give you a good example. Helldivers 2. The majority of Helldivers 2 sales were on Steam. And we know how successful Helldivers has been for Sony. It's their only major, well, not only, but it's their breakout live service hit, It countered Concord. Data like that is why, like, yes, when Sony releases, like, let's just say if Sony ever does do a SOCOM live service, or if they finally do decide to go back to doing factions or something, they will still put that on PC for sure, and they should, because it's like that was a gamble that paid off, deciding to put our live service games on PC at launch. Of course, live service games live or die based on a player pool that's constantly playing the game and keeping it alive. So that makes sense. But on the other side of that, if it's like, yeah, Spider-Man 2 was like our biggest system seller of the generation, and it did like nothing on PC, yeah, maybe just walk away from that, re-emphasize. Like, here's what I think people are undermining. There is a core benefit, and I know I'm looking at it from Sony's perspective, but again, from the player perspective, I'm not bothered because I play on PlayStation. But from Sony's perspective, if I'm analyzing this situation, people are undermining the benefit of Sony being able to come back and say only on PlayStation for their single player games. Like, that matters to people. Not everybody, but that it does matter. It creates it. Just think about how Sony could lean into that for the PS6. It's like Venom, maybe the first game that's revealed, and they bring back the only on PlayStation logo. That will help the PlayStation 6. Like, that will catch fire. People will not downplay. Like, people will notice that, and they will talk about it, and it will be, reestablished, just like it was back with the, PS1 through 4. You see this God of War game here? Only on PlayStation. You see Sucker Punch's next game? Only on PlayStation. Horizon 3, whenever the fuck that's going to come out? Only on PlayStation. It's going to matter. And I think Sony has woken up to that, where they realize, like, guys, it always mattered. Like, it's fine that they wanted to experiment, and who could blame them? And some of their experiments, like I said, paid off. But I think one of the pieces of data that Sony now has, after kind of, messing around and finding out, so to speak, is that, yeah, I think we would have just been better off not putting Spider-Man on PC and bringing back the only on PlayStation slogan for games like that. But then again, you see Kena, the Kena sequel, are like day one PC. So I'll be interested to see what Jason Schreier's report says. We have Matador 509 saying, in your opinion, what decisions have made PS5 gen profitable despite live service failures? It's what they've established previously. Unfortunately, it's the things that Sony has, I don't want to say taken advantage of, but hey, God, man, this cat's tearing stuff up. What has made the PS5 gen so profitable despite some of their failures is they understood fundamentally that if you're going to experiment, if you're going to rock the boat, if you're going to try to go in different directions, you cannot abandon your foundation. You cannot completely abandon and shun what has brought you to this point. And that's why in my last stream, when we went over Herman Hulst's success and failures, or his wins and losses, one of the things that we walked away from with that stream is the acknowledgement that for as much flack as Herman gets, he still shepherded many of the single player experiences that we got this gen and are yet to get, and looking forward to. And I think that matters, where it's like, could you imagine what this year would look like? Think about this. I know people want to like kind of clown on, oh, Sony's only releasing 2 games this year. Imagine if the only things we had this year were Marathon, Marvel Tokon, and Horizon Hunter's Gathering. Imagine that. But from a larger perspective, I think it's also third party. I think it's the fact that Sony, listen, man, we know how much third party carries the PlayStation brand. It just does, It's critical to PlayStation success. And third party, I would say, in terms of the way Sony has handled their relations with third party, has only improved every generation. And that's also kind of like second party deals like Kana, right? And Phantom Blade Zero, stuff like that. It absolutely matters. And I think when you combine those things, it has created a solid enough foundation that even though, some things are going wrong over here and some things are going wrong over there, they maintained that foundation. And that's what's so fascinating about the idea of Sony maybe turning around and being like, we're walking away from PC with single player. Like we're going to now change the narrative again. We're going back. It's so interesting to imagine that because, it you can imagine the core PlayStation fan base's delight, if you will, in Sony making that decision. And yeah, I think Sony may have been a little bit humbled, perhaps. I'm not sure. Again, I'm very, very, very interested to get the report from Jason Schreier, because this could be very different from what I'm speculating right now. But I wonder if Sony really thought, like, we're going to go out there and kick ass on PC, and they just found out that it's like, oh, yeah, you thought. Like, no. You see, PlayStation, you can kick ass on your console. You made your home here, and you can kick ass all around here every day, all day. That's what the fans love, right? That's what you've cultivated. That's what you've built. Once you leave your home and go to somebody else's, in this case, Steam and PC, like, you didn't build that, Sony. Like, that's not your home. So you're in uncharted territory. No pun intended. You're in uncharted territory, and you don't know what players' behaviors are going to be like over there. Something that you do in your own home with your own fan base that you've cultivated, that they get excited about, like, hell yeah, over there in a new land, they might not really care about. They're like, oh yeah, sure, that's cool, man, but whatever. And I think Sony just kind of had to find that out, where it's like Spider-Man 2 is a big fucking deal for PlayStation 5. Like, a big deal. Probably their biggest console seller of the generation. By far. Also, something like God of War Ragnarok. They take those games and they put them on PC, and they find that, you're finding like low amounts, I'm just going to say, like, you're not really finding success. You're just raking in a little bit of extra dough. You're just raking in a little bit of extra dough. PlayStation is more successful than ever because of games. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. This is coming from Jason Schreier, Titus. Yeah, I think he just came in. Jason Schreier said that he has a report coming out very soon where he confirmed. He said that Sony is backing away from their PC approach, and specifically with single player. He didn't say anything about live service, but he said, like, for example, like Wolverine probably won't make its way to PC. And something changed. And Jason Schreier said he's been working on the report for a little while, but it's not quite ready, and to look out for it. So hear me out. Phil Spencer saw this coming and left. He was like, I can't deal with this shit again. He's like, man, I thought I was breaking him. I thought I was chipping away at him. I thought I was getting to him. Yeah, maybe. Well, you also do have to wonder how much this new Xbox CEO, and we're going to cover that today too. The new Xbox CEO is putting out weird signals, bro. The new Xbox CEO is like, oh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll do exclusives. Probably not, but maybe. I don't know. And it's just like, what? Like, you do realize you guys just announced Halo for PlayStation, right? Like, what's going on here? I don't understand. System architecture's their bread and butter. That too, yeah, the x86 architecture, the dev environment, that's what helps cultivate the strong third-party support. No doubt about that. Gaming Survivor, chill, bro. Chill. Oh my God. We're not talking about that here. Yeah, I'm gonna try MacTube. I'm gonna try. Well, obviously I had to cover this because this was kind of like breaking information, I guess, breaking news. Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what Jason Schreier's report ends up saying, because Jason Schreier, he might also be reporting on Bluepoint in this report. He didn't say anything about that, but keep in mind, he was the first one to break the news right before it was officially confirmed. So Jason Schreier has some very, very strong connections. And, he rarely does reports on PlayStation, but when he does, it's usually very significant reports. The last one he did was, about, I think it was Intergalactic and Naughty Dog having to kind of crunch to get a demo ready and something like that. Oh, yeah. And he was the one who let us know about Horizon 3 being like years away. So very, very, very interesting, man. God, man, it's going to be an interesting day. Certainly, if the news comes out that, yeah, Sony's not putting their single player games on PC anymore. That's going to be, you're going to see, God, man. That's going to ignite another war. Like, straight up. If Sony draws that line again after like erasing it, dude, yeah, the salt is going to be crazy. People are going to lose their minds. But at the same time, though, like, yeah, that's going to be awkward. That's going to be an awkward day. But yeah, man, you guys know me. I come from a place where I'm used to it, like I'm used to consoles having exclusives, and it's only been in the last 4 years I've had to like get used to this idea that I guess, I don't know, that's like not a thing anymore. I guess it is for Nintendo, but nobody else. But we're in like some weird middle area, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, hold on, wait, perfect image. What is this? John Linneman also speculated about Sony backing away from putting single player games on PC. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder if this is just like a new thing that Sony decided recently, perhaps. It'll be a fun day, but I don't think it's happening. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, normally I would not entertain a rumor like this, but it's coming from, like, it's Jason Schreier is just like saying, like, no, this isn't speculation. I'm like, huh. So you're pretty much saying that, yeah, like Sony's doing that. They're walking away from. Yeah, that's the thing. Jason Schreier, his entire career is built on his reputation, and he's been very, very careful about that. He only seems to put out reports that he is 100% certain, like, this is not going to backfire on me because it's true. I've like double, triple, quadruple checked it, cross-referenced everything else. Not trying to, blow smoke here or anything, but it's just, yeah, when when Jason Schreier says Horizon 3 is many years away because he's been informed that the majority of Guerrilla Games is working on Horizon Hunter's Gathering, I believe that 100%. Like there's no part of me that's like, I doubt you. Because I have nothing to point to, you know what I mean? I only have him being right to point to. So, like, for example, people are asking if I'm going to cover more of the Bluepoint stuff. I'm waiting. Nate the Hate, another reliable industry insider and journalist sometimes, I suppose, he said that he has information, but he's not allowed to release it yet. I'm assuming he spoke to people and they're like, you got to wait to release this info. I'm going to be very interested to see what that info is, because it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming there's multiple people trying to work on stuff regarding Bluepoint. But yeah, I mean, if Nixus isn't doing PC ports anymore, they'll be able to help as a support role, seemingly. Again, I want to remind people that Nixus is currently supporting Housemarque. They're co-developing with Housemarque right now. So that might be their first, the Marathon Server Slam is live. Bring back Bluepoint, let them do Legend of Dragoon. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't know why they wouldn't do that, but all right. We're going to talk about a couple Xbox things here that I think are relevant to PlayStation. There's two things we have to go over here. And guys, if you want to help the stream, please do so by hitting the like button. We're almost at 100 likes. If you enjoy the streams and you want to help them out in any way you can, take a moment, hit that like button. If you want to support the streams directly, consider becoming a channel member. Gift memberships, super chats, direct donations, fully fan funded. Can only do what I do because you guys make it possible. Thank you so much to everybody who supports. Let's talk about what a founder of Xbox had to say about the new Xbox CEO. Xbox founder and creator Seamus Blackley has just released an explosive interview to GamesBeat in which he does not mince words against Microsoft's current strategy, and also shares his opinion on the newly appointed Xbox CEO, Asha Sharma. According to Blackley, who first came up with the idea of a Microsoft console back in 1999, her mandate will be the same as a palliative doctor. I don't know if a palliative, I struggle with this word, but ultimately sunsetting the entire division as Microsoft refocuses on its new core AI businesses. He says Xbox, like a lot of businesses that aren't the core AI business, is being sunsetted. They don't say that, but that's what's happening. I expect that the new CEO, Asha Sharma, her job is going to be as a palliative care doctor who slides Xbox gently into the night. That's, bro, you have the founder. And Shadowlink, bro. Oh, man, yo, Shadowlink. Ain't no way, son. I walk away for 2 minutes. I come back. This man opens a 50-pack. 50 memberships. Once again, the absolute monster. Shadow drop. We got a Shadow member drop. 50 member gifts, bro. Thank you so much, Shadowlink. I didn't know you were here, man. Yo, Shadowlink, by the way, I don't know if you missed it. Josh Nuggets finally got a membership, bro. It happened. This was the stream. It's magnificent. Yeah, dude, he dropped another. Hold on. We got more breaking news. What is going on? Oh, oh man. Things are getting, dude, things are getting crazy out here. So Sneakers SO, one of the most reliable insiders, usually for Microsoft, but I don't know who this guy is. This guy knows some shit. He says he backs up Jason Schreier in regards to Sony pulling away from PC ports, saying he's not wrong. Oh boy. Oh boy. Bro, what is going on? I feel like the last 2 weeks, I feel like everybody was sleeping in January, and then February rolled around. Nate the Hate said it too. Oh, now Nate the Hate's saying it? Where's that? Is this about to be some kind of like major announcement or something? Like, what is going on? Nate the Hate, 4 minutes ago, Sony is shifting their PC strategy. Absolutely. What the? Why? Is everybody just got it? Like every insider's like, got it. We're on it. Put it out there. Put it out there. What is happening? Yo, Sony's going for Microsoft's juggler. even after they're dead. Sony's not done. He's like, end Magnus now. Take the kill shot on Magnus. Bro, what? That is, I have to admit, that's pretty crazy that we are just seeing like within an hour. It's almost like something, it almost comes off as like a decision was just made yesterday or today or something. And like now it's circulating. Like there was a boardroom meeting or some shit where Sony made some kind of executive decision. And ever since they left that meeting, word started to kind of make its way around the circles. And now we're starting to hear it, because that's fascinating. That I don't know if this is everybody just jumping on what Jason said, but so Jason Schreier comes out, says it. Then you got Sneakers SO being like, yeah, he's not wrong. Then you got Nate the Hate saying, yeah, no, they're shifting their PC strategy. Absolutely. I assume like 10 minutes from now, we're going to get Jeff Grubb being like, oh yeah, no, they're done, bro. Okay. I mean, it seems like Jason Schreier might not be the only one reporting on this. So this is, dude, that's Sony's cold, bro. Oh man, Sony is cold. Sony is fucking cold, because I'm just sitting here and I'm like, so Sony, like you got a pro console on top of your like console that's about to sell, like, you know, it's going on to hit 100 million. You got a pro console to go with it. You got Wolverine exclusive. You got games like Marvel Tokon. You know, you got Marathon, you got Bungie, you got Soros. You're going to be getting GTA 6, and then you get your competitor coming out and being like, "Hey, we're going to bring our games. We're bringing Halo, PS5 Pro enhanced, Forza Horizon 6, PS5 Pro enhanced. Gears E Day is going to come, right? Everything's coming. Fable, PS5 Pro enhanced." And Sony's like, no more PC. Like, I don't know. There's just something about it, man, where it's like, geez, dude. Like, I don't know if Sony was just like, yeah, fuck Magnus, bro. Like, that's cool, Microsoft. Like, oh, you want to bow down and bring Halo to PlayStation, do the unthinkable? Sure. But we're still going to kill Magnus. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, I don't know. I'm sure that I'm kidding. I'm being exaggerative, obviously, but you do have to wonder what it feels like. Something happened overnight. That's the big thing here. Like, Xbox announces new CEO. Phil's gone. Sarah Bond's gone. New CEO responds to fan who asks for bring back only on Xbox with, I hear you. Sony, for the last like 5 years practically, yeah, we support PC. Today, multiple insiders, as if they all just got the same word. Yeah, Sony's walking away from that. I don't know what is going on, man. I don't understand. I'm probably overthinking it, but Shadowlink, I'm sorry, bro. I feel like I didn't give you enough of a thank you for dropping another 50 member gifts, and I have to update the goal. It just feels like there's so many things coming out. So yeah, dude, we are at 66 members on the day, guys. We'll see if we can keep pushing. I'm probably going to be taking tomorrow off to just soak in Resident Evil, bro. And Saturdays I usually take off as well. And then we'll probably come back March 1st and we'll hit the ground. I mean, God knows. You know I'm going to take off tomorrow and Saturday. Fine, I'm just going to take 2 days off from streaming. You know the craziest shit's about to drop. You know there's going to be an emergency stream. But yeah, appreciate you guys supporting the channel the way that you do, really. Remember, so no, I might try Marathon. I don't know. I think my buddy wants to play it as well, and you know I'll give it a shot. I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. I tried Arc Raiders and I did not like it. So, Jake, thank you for that, man. But I'm mainly focused on Resident Evil more than anything. Yeah, I saw that, Jake. EA's Skate Studio confirms layoffs as it moves to better support the game's long-term future. Yeah, I think they messed up with Skate, dude. Hey, Nixus, tick, tick. I hope not, dude. No, come on. Nixus is too good. Dude, if Sony shuts down Nixus, they're out of their fucking minds, bro. Like, they're already out of their minds for shutting down Bluepoint, but if they shut down Nixus next, it's like, come on, dude. Like, there's got to be a limit here. PC ports or not. Let them work on the, live service PC stuff. There you go. You know what? Give Nixus The Last of Us multiplayer. There you go. Are you feeling better today? Your voice was dying last stream. Sounds a little hoarse today. I am feeling a lot better. The only thing that's lingering a little bit is my sore throat. So, it doesn't hurt or anything like nearly as much, but yeah, my voice probably sounds a little bit all over the place. I got not sponsored, but got my Luden's cough drops. These are my favorite. So I've been sucking on those. I need to calm down. Good times. Nixus will be fine. They will continue to support first-party studios. They are supporting Saros and Marathon as we speak. Yeah, that's what I think. I think Nixus, if anything, like, you know how I talked about, like, why couldn't Bluepoint Games be a support studio? If anything, the fact that they had Nixus is why. Oh, hold on. Very fascinating. Oh man, okay. Perfect image. Thank you for that. That's very interesting. Jason Schreier says, I did not deny that Bluepoint pitched Bloodborne. I denied that specific tweet. Huh. Oh, dude. Listen, man. Yeah, that was like a big thing that blew up over the if the news comes out, dude, that Bluepoint pitched a Bloodborne remake and Sony said no, oh man. Herman, Herman, hide, bro. Go into hiding because it ain't gonna be good. It ain't gonna be good. That's why I'm like in denial about that too. I'm like, no. I don't believe that. I will say this though. This is important to say. By now, it should be understood that something very weird is happening with Bloodborne. Not weird. Maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but there's clearly, like, let's just put it out there. From Software and Hidetaka Miyazaki clearly have some type of control over Bloodborne. They like, that has to be, that is what it is. At this point, it feels clear. Like, there's just no way that Sony, knowing the amount of money that Bloodborne would print. I think people also need to keep in mind that Sony messed up big with From Software in the past. Okay, I think Sony's very sensitive to their relationship with From Software after the original Demon Souls fiasco. People don't realize, but Dark Souls 1, the entire Dark Souls IP could have been Sony's. And Sony messed that up because they, Bloodborne or Demon Souls was the original Dark Souls, just not fully realized, and Sony rejected it. They're like, we're done. Like, this is horrible. We're out. And From Software was like, whatever, bro, we'll do it without you. And they did. And what they did was Dark Souls. Yeah, Shuhei Yoshida messed that one up. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if Sony is very sensitive to that relationship, and also if there's some kind of contractual thing. When they were writing up their deal for Bloodborne, there may have been something in there. It could be some kind of clause or whatever where, like, Miyazaki gets a say. I mean, keep in mind, Miyazaki's the one who always goes around saying, like, that's my favorite game that I've made. And I do think Bluepoint could have done justice to a Bloodborne remake. But, I the idea of Sony greenlighting a Bloodborne remake against the will of Hidetaka Miyazaki is, like, that right there is why I think nothing Bloodborne has happened. I do think it's Miyazaki. I could be wrong. And I'm not saying it's in, like, a bad way. I'm just saying I think he's like, guys, I don't want you to do it without me. Like, when I'm ready, we'll do it, What is...
No, God!
When you find out a Bloodborne remake was actually rejected. That's funny, man. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff going on right now, man. I'm trying to keep up with all of it. There's too much. It's like I told you guys, when there's no news, there ain't nothing. When there's news, it's going to come barreling down. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when that 60 FPS Red Dead Redemption 2 is coming. But thank you, Irfan. You've been helpful too. You and Perfect Image been trying to keep up with all this. Let's continue with this idea of Xbox getting sunsetted. If I'm saying that correctly. So Seamus Blackley, again, the original founder of Xbox, the creator of the original Xbox console, he says that he believes the new CEO, Asha Sharma, her job is going to be like a palliative care doctor who slides Xbox gently into the night, lets him down softly, He continues saying the natural consequence of the focus on AI is that AI abstracts every problem from the minds of the executives who believe in it. We're abstracting the problem of games as well. There's a core belief, and you can see it with Satya Nadella, with what he said, that AI will subsume games like it will subsume everything. Jesus. That sounds just so, like, nefarious. The job of all these people is to just gently usher all of these business units into the new world of AI. That's what you're seeing here. It would have been shocking if they had somebody in there in a meaningful role who was passionate about video games, passionate about the creator-driven business of games, because it would be in direct conflict with everything else Microsoft is doing. Microsoft is a company that is now about enabling its customers by enabling AI to drive things. That's at odds with the auteur model of any art, but specifically of games. Microsoft doesn't have the problem that Apple does or that Netflix does, where they have an auteur-driven content model to manage. Games are the only place where they have a content business. His fears are compounded by the fact that Asha Sharma previously served as president of Microsoft's core AI product portfolio. It doesn't help that some gamers have already accused her of using an AI bot to interact with followers on X, although she rejected those accusations, and she previously stated that she does not want to flood the Xbox ecosystem with soulless AI slop. So, yeah, man. I mean, I know Seamus Blackley, to a lot of people, you know, he's like an OG. He is the OG for Xbox. To a lot of people, they view him as like out of touch or whatever. But I think he's hitting the nail on the head. I don't know that I fully agree that they're completely sunsetting Xbox. Like, I think there's like a bit of an argument to be made there where the way people interpret what he's saying, where Xbox is getting sunsetted, it's closing, it's done, it's over, everything's going to die. I don't think that's how I interpret it. How I interpret it is what Xbox was and what it still is in the minds of millions is slowly being laid to rest. And her job is to, all right, guys, like, we need to lower the coffin. We need to bury it. And we're going to go over here now. We're moving on. Okay. But you know, she's going to help do that it's still going to be a long, excruciating process. But that's really what she's going to do. And the big thing that he's pointing out here is the AI. You know, he's not wrong. It's, you know, Seamus Blackley, he's pointing out what I think everybody has already observed. And that is that, bro, Satya Nadella and the entirety of Microsoft are utterly obsessed with AI and want to convert everything into it. And Mini Tom Official comes in. Mini Tom Official says, hey, man, I want to keep this member train rolling today. He drops another 5 member gifts for you guys. He opens another 5-pack. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mini Tom Official. Appreciate that, bro. That brings us to 71. So we are less than 5 away from hitting a 3rd goal today. We'll see if we could do it, if we could hit that 75. Thank you guys so much for that. Thank you, Mini Tom. Chris Brown with a $2 super chat says, I'm in Nevada right now. The Series S is $599 at Target. What? No way, bro. No, I don't believe that. I need to see pictures in the Discord, Chris. That's $599. Are you sure you're not talking about the Series X? Bro, what? That's ludicrous. That's a steal. Yeah, pick one up, Chris. That's a steal. That's wild. Ray, thank you. Yeah, by the way, for anybody who's in the chat right now or in the stream, Ray just dropped a link to the Discord in the chat. You don't have to be a member. The Discord's open, everybody. Feel free to join. Just be respectful and follow the rules, please. Couldn't pass up that deal. Yeah, bro. God, man. I feel like what you just said, though, is it really does kind of summarize where we are now, right? The Series S was supposed to be the more affordable console, the cheapest entry point. And here we are, February 2026, going into March 2026, and they're sitting on store shelves for $600. What the hell happened? What the hell happened, man? Perfect Image, thank you, man. An ex-PlayStation executive says Miyazaki doesn't want anyone but him to touch. I just spit everywhere. God damn it. That's what happens when I drink my coffee. And sorry. I don't know if you saw that on camera. I just accidentally spit everywhere. Chris Brown says also no Xbox games for sale there. All removed. Really? Holy shit. Oh, man. An ex-PlayStation executive says Miyazaki doesn't want anyone but him to touch Bloodborne. But Miyazaki says he would like a port. Sony is blocking a port because they want an exclusive remaster. Wait, who is this saying this, though? Like, what executive? I know for a fact these guys, I know we're all over the place. Devil Shooter, I'm sorry, bro. God knows what these timestamps are going to be like. I know for a fact these guys want a Bloodborne PC port. Miyazaki said, referring to From Software producer Yasuhiro Kaido and interpreter Bobby Simpson seated at the conference table near him. If I say I want one, I'll get in trouble as well, but it's nothing I'm opposed to. I thought that would be the end of the topic, but Miyazaki went on to elaborate, quote, obviously, as one of the creators of Bloodborne, my personal, pure, honest opinion is I'd love more players to be able to enjoy it, especially as a game that is now coming of age. One of those games of the past that gets lost on older hardware. I think any game like that, it'd be nice to have an opportunity for more players to be able to experience that and relive this relic of the past. So as far as I'm concerned, that's definitely not something I'd be opposed to. Wait, what? When was this from, though? Yeah, I don't know. I can't source this. It was from the end of last year. I feel like it rings a bell. Yeah, we talked about that, Elite. We'll continue to talk about that. We have a super chat from Fred Vance. He says, don't forget that Xbox showed an idea of a game being built using prompts and AI at a showcase before. They did, and it looked atrocious. People lost their minds. The Pickle says, thank you for the membership. He wants more people to enjoy games, but he made a game exclusively for Nintendo, huh? What's going on, Miyazaki, huh? Why you being such a hypocrite, bro? Nintendo they gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. All right, let's pivot from Bloodborne. Let's go back to Xbox here. We have something else that's important to go over. So we just talked about an original Xbox founder giving his opinion. Seamus Blackley's opinion is that Asha Sharma, her job being appointed the CEO of Microsoft Gaming is to sunset Xbox. Okay. Now, within 24 hours of that coming out, Asha Sharma apparently decided for her first ever interview as the Xbox CEO to do so with Windows Central. I believe Jez Corden of Windows Central. I saw people were like making a big deal about this. Apparently, like that, I forget that guy's name from Kind of Funny. I saw a clip trending yesterday on Twitter where he was like calling out Jez Corden or something, being like, "Bro, you're telling me." He wasn't calling out Jez Corden. He was calling out the fact that the first real interview that she does is with Windows Central, like a completely biased, like, Microsoft news site, which is kind of funny. I mean, to me, that's actually not surprising. I'm like, I guess that makes sense. Like, I don't know. They're just trying to be in touch with Xbox, but I don't know. Anyway, this interview, I think, is worth going over because, again, this is the first real interview that this Xbox CEO is giving, and she says some wild stuff. Well, it's not that crazy, but so it says Asha Sharma is taking over from Phil Spencer, who is set to fully retire from the business this October. Spencer has been instrumental in turning Xbox from a Microsoft oddity to a pillar subsidiary, bigger in some quarters than Windows itself, but times have changed. Xbox is facing some of its biggest challenges yet, as disruption from non-gaming entities threaten playtime hours and evolving user behavior and sentiment bottlenecks interest in traditional video game play. Sharma's task will be figuring out how to guide Xbox through its next era as conversations around artificial intelligence dominate discourse and Xbox's place in this strange new world is continually questioned. I briefly caught up with both the new CEO, Asha Sharma, and the newly promoted Chief Content Officer, Booty Cheeks, to discuss what Xbox's next... I'm doing it again. I can't help myself. Xbox's next decade looks like as we head through the division's 25th year in operation. I'm going to have to take breaks in reading this because if not, I'm going to absolutely decimate it. Jez will give her the hardball questions. I mean, maybe. I haven't read this yet. I've only come across a couple of interesting quotes, but we'll see. We'll see what she says. So, in her opening letter, Asha Sharma said she wanted to bring about a return to Xbox. I asked her exactly what that means, since it effectively implies that Xbox has begun to stray from what Xbox is. Sharma volunteered an emphasis on Xbox's core, and specifically its beleaguered console platform, which has seen a few fiscals of near constant decline. That's a few fiscals, bro. Oh my God. That's crazy. I've never seen it written like that. A few fiscals. We've got a few fiscals over here. Pushing Polygons, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm almost 100%. I'm at like 90%. So thank you. It says, so this is what she said. For me, the spirit of return to Xbox is about returning to the spirit that the team was founded on. It's that spirit of surprise. It's the spirit of building something no one else was willing to try. I've heard renegade, rebellion, and fun used. That's what I was thinking about when I wrote that. Okay. Do I have a typo? Wait, Dillo. I'm sorry. I'm like popping in and out of the chat as I'm reading this, and I just see Dillo talking about typo. Now I'm like, wait, do I got a typo on my stream? Same old Xbox. What's up, MBG? Had a day off, man. Thanks for the info. Hope everybody's doing good. We're doing good, man. We're doing good. So, I don't know. I guess that's an interesting answer. I feel like I'm going to be honest. I feel like that's a garbage answer. I just got to be real. Like, that doesn't answer anything. So what do you mean when you want to return to Xbox? I want to be rebellion, bro. I want to renegade this shit. Like, what? What are you saying? What does this mean? Yeah, I don't understand either. I mean, like, the only thing I can understand to a degree is like, so you're referencing like the initial founders of Xbox where they were like, we're going to do something different in Microsoft that nobody expects. We're going to take on the PS2. And like, I get that's kind of what you're referencing, but what the hell does that mean in the context of 2026? You know, like I don't know. I feel like she should elaborate further on that, but maybe she does. Let's see. So, Sharma acknowledged the investment that Xbox fans and customers have poured into the ecosystem over the years and seemed genuinely keen to emphasize her commitment to console hardware. So here's a big quote. She says, I think that our core Xbox fans and players have invested up to 25 years of themselves in these universes and our console. I want to make sure everybody knows I'm committed to Xbox, starting with the console. We're going to keep meeting players where they are. The world continues to evolve and change. We're going to make sure Xbox is a great place for developers and players. We want to invest in reducing the artificial divide between different types of devices that they want to use with us. I think it's going to mean a lot more investment in breaking down the barriers and helping developers build once and show up across different hardware experiences. For me, I believe Xbox starts with its fans and will grow from there. That's what I wanted to signal with the return to Xbox. So this to me, we got Phil Spencer Jr. up in here, bro. That's who we got. We got Phil Spencer Jr. up in here. I mean, dude, look, I think this answer is exactly the answer you should expect to hear from anybody at Microsoft right now. She's basically just reiterating what we've been told time and time again. She flat out says, we're going to keep meeting players where they are. Translation, we're not stopping multi-platform. And that's not surprising to read. Of course you're not. Like, you know, you need to go, like, you've already went multi-platform. You're making money that you otherwise were never going to make, good money at that. necessary money, I would say. But when she says here, I want to make sure everybody knows that I'm committed to Xbox, starting with the console. Again, this is her just there. She's trying to make sure fans aren't getting scared off. That's her saying, like, we're still doing Magnus. Like, we're still doing it. It's not canceled. Blonde with the super chat says, Sony changing PC strategy? This means they will do less or more on PC. If less, did Sony's games do that bad? Nobody wanted to buy them. Jason Schreier seems to be the one that is indicating that they're moving further away from PC. Jason Schreier indicates that Sony's walking away from releasing PC single-player games on PC. So I do think it's like, yeah, I think they did do that bad. I think Sony had much higher expectations. But we're waiting to get more information on that, Vlond. And when we do, I'm hoping by like Sunday, when we do our Sunday stream, we'll have a lot more info. And we will, Nate the Hate, Sneakers SO, they all agreed with Jason. So I imagine there's going to be some pretty big news on the horizon. All right, so the interview continues. There's been a lot of speculation about what kind of moves Asha might make. Xbox notoriously ditched any form of exclusivity on its games, shifting units to PlayStation, paying little mind to the criticisms that it reduces the need to actually buy an Xbox. Sharma told me that nothing is off the table when it comes to revising Xbox's strategy, but finalizing the strategy will take time and data parsing. On Xbox's recent strategic decisions, Sharma said, the plan is the plan until it's not the plan. Bro, oh my God. Like, this is just crazy to me, bro. Like, I don't even understand what's happening. She straight up said, we're going to keep meeting players where they are. So about that exclusivity, Sharma. Huh? And she's like, yeah, sure, maybe. I'm telling you, I think she's just going to keep saying this to Xbox players, bro. I think there's a strategy behind this. I think it's anytime you're asked about exclusivity, just say maybe, but never give an actual answer. Maybe, one day, perhaps, but just never do it, Philomania, Asha Spencer, PC cost me additional characters at launch for token. Are you sure about that? What does that even mean? The plan's the plan until it's... Yeah, we have... I can't do it because of my throat, but just imagine this. Imagine she's speaking like Macho Man Randy Savage. And Michael Werner says, hit the like button for me, please. Yeah, guys, make sure you're liking that stream. Perfect Image, thank you for that, man. See what this is.
Creations also being teams to see their wonderful creations also being released on PC, often with the help of our newly acquired team here in Utrecht, the Netherlands, Nixies. There are more players, and that's really helpful. I think going forward, we'll see at least a year between releases.
Oh, this is old. Yeah, so this video clip is old as shit. Well, I say old as shit. So it's like a few years old. I remember that. That was an interview he gave with a YouTuber, which was weird. He never does that. That's when like Herman was saying like for a lot of games we might just go for like a year. I don't know, man. Sony's been all over the place with their timing for their PC strategy. But it's pretty much I don't think they've ever they've made it sound like they've committed to things like, oh, it's 1 year. That's all good. Perfect Image. It's like, oh, it's 1 year. It's 3 years. It's 2 years. It's like, it's been all over the place. And I think they just have to say these things because it's like, yeah, we're kind of just experimenting with different timetables and seeing if anything, Sony feels like longer timetables are better because games like Ghost of Tsushima did pretty decent, Meanwhile, like the sooner they put games over single player wise, the worse they did. She's the CEO pretending to be a CEO disguised as another CEO. For real though. Yeah, I saw that, JMR. Yeah. Something's about to go down, bro. Something's about to go down. Luna, what are you doing? All right. Let me go back to this interview. All right, so here's what Asha Sharma had to say when asked about exclusivity. No. Okay. Moving on to the next question. No, that's not what she said. She said, right now, I need to learn, candidly, about the why of these decisions, what we were optimizing for, and what the data says about the Xbox strategy today. That's the honest answer. I'm looking at lifetime value, not just what happened in a previous moment or in short-term efficiencies and things like that. The plan's the plan until it's not the plan. You son of a bitch. I know, Michael, I was just talking about that. That shit was so funny because it just seemed like people were really getting upset. And I'm like, all right. I'm like, first time? Honestly, bro, I'm like, first time? Come on. Come on now. This ain't new. So that was her answer, though, in response to, you know, Marathon has surpassed 100K after the servers opened. Oh, real? Okay. Okay. Yo, watch Marathon be like a mega hit, though. What then? What do we do then? But yeah, her response to, I want to not call out, but I want to point to one specific thing she said, two specific things. The first part of her answer is the important part. She said, right now I need to learn about the why of these decisions, what we were optimizing for, and what the data says. So those two things right there, she's making it very clear that she doesn't know why Microsoft decided not to do exclusives. She's going to learn why, and she's going, you know, she doesn't say this in that quote, but once she learns why, but it doesn't make any sense. See, this is where this interview, I'm going to be honest, and this is no offense. This is actually maybe offense to just Microsoft. This is offense to the CEO, where I'm not trying to be too, you know, harsh here, but like literally the question before this, she says, quote, we're going to keep meeting players where they are. Like she said that. She straight up said that. And then next up, she says, yeah, I don't know why we're not doing exclusives. I need to look into that. And this is like the whiplash and the shock factor of like this woman literally, I don't think she knows half the things she's saying. And I'm not saying it to be mean. I mean, literally, like, I don't think she knows what she's saying. I think she's rehearsing, like she's being media trained, aggressively media trained, where it's like, this is what you're going to say. I think she has some high level understanding of like, yeah, you're in a CEO role. You need to be very professional and all that stuff. Well, although she's kind of been playing it pretty fast and loose on Twitter, but I just think it's like, I like, to me, that's I don't know. It is a little bit insane where it's like, you don't know why. Like you were talking about sticking with the console, saying you're going to continue to meet players where they are. And then when you ask about exclusivity, you're like, yeah, I don't know why we did that. I'm going to have to look into it. Like, maybe you should that should have been the first thing you led with and then end the interview there. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, what? Helldivers went to Xbox. Kane Z7 says, if Marathon is a success, we rehire Bluepoint and make a God of War multiplayer game. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? So, you know, I think my takeaway from her response to exclusivity, my takeaway from that is like, no. So if she's claiming ignorance, like she's ignorant to the reason why any of this is happening, once she learns why, if she wants to keep her job, yeah, once she sees how many copies Forza Horizon 5 sold on PlayStation and how much money that made 4 years later, or even how much money Halo is probably going to make day one on PlayStation. Oh, yeah, brother. We're still learning and meeting players where they are. I need to learn the why. God, I can't. Okay, I need to stop. Shadowlink, stop it. Stop it. You're going to make me have to take an extra day off. God, that sounded crazy. That didn't even sound like Macho. That sounded like a really robotic version of Macho Man Randy Savage. Macho Man Asha Sharma. The interview's not over yet, though. It's not over yet. Let's see. Where are we at? Sharma described how her and Booty are... Okay. This is the future we're in, guys. This is get used to it. Okay? There's going to be a lot more where this came from for years to come. Sharma described her and Booty... How her and Booty are current. I'm sorry. I know some people just hate me so much. They're like, I just want you to read the fucking article, man. Like, please just read the article. Are currently going on a whirlwind learning tour of all of Xbox's gaming teams. Okay, hold on. Why is Matt Booty doing this? Why is Matt Booty going on this tour? Like, what have you been doing? You were already the head of, like, half these studios. What are we doing? It's like, yeah, no, I was actually paying attention, man. They're going on a tour. Sorry. I'm sorry. I got to stop making it into just one big joke. With studio and organization visits penned for Minecraft, Bethesda, Activision, and more, Matt Booty cautioned that players should not expect drastic changes in the near term, though while emphasizing that the team plans to re-examine and question everything. I'm sorry. It's so hard to take Matt Booty seriously in any capacity. Dude, it really is. Like, he's just so funny to me. I don't know why. He's so funny. Although I do appreciate he is saying what needs to be said, though, ironically. He is saying what needs to be said, which I think is important, where he is emphasizing, like, if we make any drastic changes, it's not happening anytime soon. For good or for better or worse. The thing that I don't really believe, though, I have to admit, the more I listen to both of these individuals speak, the thing that I actually don't believe, and I don't think it's their fault, I don't even think they fully know, but it's like, I don't think you guys are really going to be able to change anything. Like, I think Satya Nadella is going to be like watching you, and it's like, you're either going to get warmer or colder, where it's like, I think we should make AI more prominent in game development, and Satya's like, warmer. And then if like Matt Booty's like, I think maybe we should consider going back to exclusivity, colder, very cold. Matt, you're very cold right now. I think it's going to be one of those things where it's like, guys, I don't think you're actually running anything, you know? I think Satya Nadella can't run this alone. He's legally not allowed to. But he's going to make it clear, like, it's going to be his vision executed on, you know? And that's why it's really, to me, when I read any of this, it's an interesting read, and it's interesting to hear what they have to say, but I think at the end of the day, man, their autonomy is not nearly as... It's kind of like what we talk about with Herman, where I feel like Herman's autonomy is not nearly as much as we think, where it's like, yeah, you can choose what live service games we want to do, but we're doing live service, whether you like it or not. And if you got a problem with that, Herman, we'll find somebody else that doesn't have a problem with it. I think it's one of those things. Kawaii Samurai says Satya Nadella became more ruthless since his son died in 2022. He won. Oh, I didn't know that. Jesus, that's very tragic. He 100% put her in charge to wipe out employees and switch to AI to cut costs. Yo, are we witnessing a punished Satya Nadella arc? I had no idea his son died. Is that true? Hold on, I need to look into this. Oh, that's extremely sad. Yo, now I feel bad for Satya Nadella. Satya Nadella and his wife, Anupama, had a son named Zane, who passed away in February 2022 at the age of 26. Zane was born with cerebral palsy, which profoundly shaped Nadella's perspective on empathy and inclusion. They also have 2 daughters. Damn. Yo, now I just feel bad. Now I feel like I can't even be mad at anything he's doing. You know what? Now it all makes sense. It all makes sense. I mean, I don't know, man. That is very unfortunate, though. Rip. No, I didn't say it's $2. He has 2 daughters. He also has $2. Yeah, that's what Satya Nadella has. Well, that's depressing. Thanks a lot, bro. Thanks a lot, Kawaii Samurai. I ain't even going to finish reading this article. No, I'll finish reading it, but that's a shame. I mean, you do have to wonder stuff like that. I mean, yeah, man, it changes a person. Absolutely. I haven't experienced it personally. I've experienced other things that have changed me. So I don't know. I don't know if I mean, I'll put it this way, man. In terms of the way Satya Nadella has been performing his role as the CEO of Microsoft, it's like I've said, every area of Microsoft is going up. You know, Xbox is the only one that's not. So, of course, he's going to come in and say, we got to do something about this, guys. Raven X0 with a super chat says Xbox has a brand that once years ago is dead. They're not pulling a PS3 revival situation. They did it to themselves. Let it go, Microsoft Gaming. Yeah, thanks, Gaming Survivor. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. You're going to check out the Server Slam. Apparently, it's going pretty well for right now, from what I can tell. But yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, Blue Box changed me. Raven, I agree with you that I don't think there's some kind of comeback to be made here in the way that people think. 126,000 people. Is that on Steam? Excuse me. Oh, God. That is on Steam, okay. Well, that's a good start. I will say that's a good start, man. Maybe Marathon's going to go a lot further than we thought. Bungie is now a PlayStation studio. Oh, wow. Okay, so when you boot up Marathon, the PlayStation Studios logo pops up. I guess that merger is fully complete now. Interesting. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's trending. Leaked Wolverine image draws Jean Grey design backlash. Oh, my fucking God. Dude, there ain't no way. There ain't no way I'm seeing people out here. This is why the internet in most regards was a mistake, because I thought this was like a new image, something that was just revealed. Dude, they're pulling images from the like 2022, 2023 Insomniac hack where it's like a placeholder. Okay. That will be funny though. That will be funny if they go with this face model for Jean Grey, they're in trouble. One can only assume it, and I'm not usually like that, but it's like, do not pull come on, man. Like, but yeah, it's years old. So to put in perspective how old that image is, though, the director, there was a director change since then. So Rich Rod with a rare super chat saying Marathon currently looks like soft dookie. What, soft? Okay. Soft. I can only assume that's better than it looking like diarrhea, Rich. I can only assume that's what you're trying to communicate here. Marathon has overtaken Arc Raiders on the Steam sales chart after moving up 58 places. Jeez. Well, I mean, Arc Raiders is also months old, so I don't know how impressive that can really be at that point, you know? I told you to stream during the evening, during the week, bro. I'm at work, man. Stop being selfish. I'm sorry, Rich. I'm sorry. You eating your donuts, Rich? Yo, I love donuts though. I can't even front. I love donuts. Donuts are like my weakness. Rich is on a donut break. All right, let's see if we can finish getting through this here. Xbox players have thousands of dollars invested in money and in time too. It's incredibly important to me to understand that and to protect that, Sharma said. I am committed to returning to Xbox, and that starts with console, that starts with hardware. You will hear more about that soon. We'll have some announcements coming up. You will see us collectively investing. God, they're literally saying the same lines. Bro, they're making me get my squeak high-pitched voice out. Like, what the fuck? Bro, I literally know their lines at this point. I know. Yo, Microsoft PR, you got to start mixing it up a little bit. These exact lines were spoken by Sarah Bond 2 years ago. Come on, you're giving her. They literally gave her Sarah Bond's script. Like, here, learn this, memorize this. You will hear more about that soon. We have some announcements coming up. All right. You will see us collectively investing here. We also know that there are a lot of players who aren't on console or our hardware, and I want to deliver great games to them too. I need to learn more about what that can look like, what decisions were made, what we need to do going forward, and I want a little bit of time and space to do that. So, like, dude, what if, I know that this is a long shot, and I said earlier that there's no way, but like, what if Sony is panicking with PC, or like they're immediately changing their mind because like they found out like, no, that doesn't make any sense. That does not make any sense because Sony was still doing their PC stuff even when Microsoft was doing exclusives. So scratch that. Scratch it. Kawaii Samurai says, wonder if Marvel will change licenses or terms. They obviously want as much money as possible. PC releases stop. That's money lost in their eyes. Yeah, I do wonder if Sony like could negotiate. I think the thing about Sony and Marvel is I think Sony has a lot of leverage at the moment. I think they can look like they have the data. You know what I mean? If the data is true that Spider-Man has sold like 17 million copies on PS5, close to it, but like less than 1 million on PC, I feel like Sony can just show them that and be like, you know, it will cost you more time and money, or us more time and money to do a PC port. Or maybe they can look to Marvel Tokon, right? They can say, listen, there's your Marvel PC game. It's launching day one on PC, you know? And it's Spider-Man. It's Marvel characters. I don't know. As of 2023, Spider-Man made over $52 million from PC. Yeah, and I get that. I'm not saying that isn't literally nothing, but I don't know, man. Apparently, it's enough to make. It's not enough to a point where we're hearing reports that Sony might be walking away from day one PC, bro. Or not day one, from PC in general, outside of live service. And I'm dying to know what changed. I really want to know. Like, that's the big thing. I'm really, really eager to get these reports that are clearly going to be coming out in the next couple weeks, because I want to know, like, what was Sony's reason? They have to have a reason, because I mean, they were making less than 2%, but that's still money. They were still making some kind of money, but something pushed them over the edge where they're like, cut it. We don't care. We don't want that money anymore. We don't need it. And I wonder what that is. Maybe it is Magnus. Maybe Sony really does see the idea of a console, an Xbox device that will have Steam on it. Maybe they truly view that as like, that's a threat to that's a threat, bro, to the PlayStation 6. Sony's like, are you threatening me? Shareholders will not throw away 50 million plus. I mean, we'll see, man. We'll see. I can't imagine shareholders would be okay with this decision, but that's why I'm so fascinated by it, because I'm like, Sony, you've been doing PC ports for like 6 years now. What changed? Like, what could be the catalyst for this? Something changed behind the scenes. But their PR is just a handful of toddlers that just learned to write. Oh my God. You're saying it's just their PR is just a handful of toddlers that just learned to write. They said, just give her the last script. I need a nap. Yo, speaking of naps, I just saw this clip that went viral of John Bernthal, the guy who plays Punisher. Good actor. But there was like this compilation of him, I guess he has a podcast, like constantly complaining about people who take naps. He's like there's something wrong with people who take naps. Like, he doesn't trust any man that takes naps. And I'm like, but he's like, there's like 3 different instances of him ranting about people napping. I'm like, yo, what? Send that man to Microsoft. Matt Booty chimed in on protecting the Xbox ecosystem and rejected speculation of Microsoft gunning for its gaming division to devolve into a publisher. He says, our studio system is fully built around being first party. We're not built to just be a publisher. It is core to our partnership with the Microsoft platform, being involved in early hardware decisions. All the work we've done to get games like Gears of War running great on new devices like the Xbox Ally and so on. It is embedded within our structure. We're not backing away from it. We're committed to being first-party games publisher in partnership with our first-party platform team. Yo, I don't know. I don't know, bro. Like, Matt Booty's coming out flexing his cheeks. He's coming out flexing his cheeks, being like, "Oh, you think we're just a publisher? Oh, okay. Well, let me remind you who you're talking to here." You're always going easy on Xbox, bro. MBG the Merciful. You didn't even bring up the island. Oh my God. You almost got me, Gaming Survivor. Sneakers SO says, we're talking about games in the future. I understand if folks are disappointed with the output on this front, but there are loads of changes happening now that we'll see increasingly over the next 3 to 4 years that are in line with folks' preferred from them. This isn't to say live service titles are done and dusted, by the way. Is that in reference to PlayStation, I'm assuming? So we got Sneakers SO elaborating. Is Sneakers SO secretly Jason Schreier? Kawaii Samurai says, they are obviously going to remove games from Steam and put them on their own launcher. They earn 100% then from it even being on Xbox Magnus. Well, that's that's like a big thing here is the idea of Sony moving away from PC versus moving away from Steam is different. And that's why I'm not jumping to any conclusions until we get a full report or multiple reports where it's like the reason why Sony's moving away from PC is because they're moving away from Steam because they're going to have their own launcher and it will turn your PC into a PlayStation. So Sony could be going down that route, but I mean, dude, like the thing that confuses me about the idea of them going through with that is like, surely, like Sony, surely you know, right? Like what's going to happen if you do that. And like no one's going to care. Like that, in my opinion, that is wasted effort. Like completely. It's like if you're going to be on PC, just be on Steam. Because you doing your own launcher, that shit's not going to work. In my opinion, I don't think Sony will be the one to break that barrier down. Or like, you know, be the first publisher where it's like, we don't need Steam, and then it actually works. But then again, like they did go to Steam and no, see that the reason why I don't think that can make sense at this point in time is because let's be honest, Sony's not going, we're all over the place with this stream, bro. This is this is crazy. Sony is not going to stop releasing their live service games on Steam. Single player, sure. Live service, they're not. I'll always tell people Helldivers 2 is all you need to answer that question. They will not ever not launch their games that are live service day one on Steam. So at that point, I don't see what the point of a launcher would be. Like a launcher just for single player games sounds, in my opinion, that just sounds stupid. Like I'd be like, Sony, are you out of your mind? Like, what are you, high? What crack rock are you smoking, Herman? Will that then make everything a PlayStation? I mean, perhaps. Yeah, that maybe Sony will follow that direction. Everything's a PlayStation. Oh, here we go. Sneakers SO suggests that Sony is shifting back to single player focus. In response to a user on NeoGAF, he says, quote, "We're talking about games in the future. I understand if folks are disappointed with the output on this front, but there are loads of changes happening now that we'll see increasingly over the next 3 to 4 years that are more in line with what folks preferred from them. This isn't to say live service titles are done and dusted, by the way." So yeah, I don't know. I think so like my read on that is Sony is not going to fully abandon live service because they can't, but I think the big push is done. I think the bullish nature where it becomes clear that your aggressive pursuit of live service is coming at a certain extent at the cost of some single player, and certainly if you look at this generation, the reality is like 7, 8 live service games canceled, bro. Like those all could have been single player. No doubt. Those all could have been single player. And even if half those games weren't canceled, there would have been 4 to 5 more single player games than what we already have. So I think like this idea of going all in with live service, yeah, that I would hope that's done, because it's like, you've already been down that road and you learned the hard way. Although you did get Helldivers with it, so it wasn't all bad, but you also got Concord with it. And Factions was canceled. And the Spider-Man live service was canceled. And, we don't know how Marathon's going to do. And people are looking at Horizon Hunters Gathering like, what are you actually doing? So, we'll see. Sneakers is a very good source. Yeah, not perfect. And the only thing I would caution here, just to play it safe, Sneakers SO, as far as I'm aware, I don't recall him ever revealing info about Sony. So I don't know if this is him like jumping on a bandwagon, or, I mean, he has crazy sources from Microsoft. This dude knew shit before anybody knew anything. and he was putting it out here. So I wouldn't be shocked if what he's saying right now is true. Yeah, Jason Schreier backed him before. So I'm just putting it out here because I've been following the sneakers SO guy for a while. He has never come off to me as somebody who's just trying to chime in and jump on certain bandwagons or whatever. So, you know, I'll still issue a little bit of caution, but yeah, I'm assuming the next couple weeks, I'm assuming March is going to be an interesting month. So, yeah, so Alex in the chat, he was wrong so far. The only thing he was wrong about so far was the layoffs, which, you know, I mean, yeah, that seemed like it was maybe more of an assumption based off of previous history. But what he said about the console being canceled, I think people misunderstood. He didn't say, like, he was trying to say that a traditional Xbox console, like a follow-up to the Series X and S, was on the table but never came to fruition. And that's what ultimately was canceled, is like, we're not going the traditional route again. I will say, guys, like, I don't know, man, shit is confusing out here because we're reading this interview and you have Asha Sharma being like, Xbox, console, we're going back. It's happening. We're making Xbox great again. And you got Matt Booty being like, whoa, we ain't no publisher. I'm hearing all this talk that they're trying to make it seem like we're just going full publisher. No. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So now Matt Booty's straight up out here being like, no, we're not going to be a publisher first. We're first party. We're first party. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening anymore. Like, you guys are like, everything is so all over the place. Fuck this generation. I'm at a point where it's like, this generation has been so schizophrenic that it's like, I've never seen anything like this. I don't think anybody's seen anything like this. Where it's like, can you guys just figure your shit out and decide? Because now I'm starting to get crazy. All right. Like, Sony, do you want to do exclusives or not? Just say it. All right. Microsoft, do you want to make another console and make it a real console? Is that what you want to do? Do it. Do you want to announce you're actually not releasing Halo on PlayStation? Do it. No balls. You won't do it. But do it for real. Make console wars great again. How about that? Bring the console wars back, damn it. Yo, I do want to make it clear. I'm not opposed to that. I am a toxic Sony pony at the end of the day. All right. It would be awesome. It would be so fucking cool. Like, I'm talking Neo versus Agent Smith type shit out here, where like Microsoft, like, what if Sony is like, oh shit, they're going back. And even though, yes, Halo is going to drop on PlayStation, what if Microsoft is like, we are positioning Magnus as a more traditional console and we're going back to exclusivity? Maybe except for Call of Duty, right? Call of Duty's the exception here. And then Sony's like, oh, well, you know what? Well, we are too. Yeah, we are too. That's right. PS6 exclusives coming in. That'd be amazing. That'd be so cool. Just because it's like, fight. I want to see it. I want to see it again. You tell me it's anti-consumer and I'll say maybe. But I don't know, man. I want to see Sony and Microsoft try to beat the shit out of each other again. Vlund, you're saying Marathon reached 130,000 plus players on Steam. Can't believe it though. It is free. I'm kind of surprised by that, man. That's a lot. Well, I don't know. Is it like, how long has it been out? For like an hour? JMR says, I have a big announcement. I had a lovely meal this evening. Highguard had 100K, bro. That's true. That is true. No, I mean, look, if I'm being more serious about my evaluation of this, I think from Microsoft's side, I'll be honest, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think because I'm reading this interview and this interview is giving me literally opposite signals where they're like they're talking about they want to keep meeting players where they are and I'm like, okay, so you're going to remain multi-platform, but then they're like, but we're not a publisher. We're first party first. And I'm like, okay, like I feel like those two things are at odds with each other. And then it's like, yeah, we're gonna make a console. We're making a commitment to Xbox. And then like that's it. It's like, oh, okay. What does that mean? It's like Renegade. It's like, oh, okay. We're gonna protect your investment. Okay, that's that now. See, to me, that's illustrating something a little bit more clearly. It's like, oh, okay, so that's the role Magnus plays. Is if you're somebody who's invested in an Xbox for 25 years, we got you. We're going to have, like, okay, yeah, that's kind of what I assumed. But I don't know, man. Matt Booty's coming out with this energy that I'm like, what do you mean you're, like, what do you mean you're not a publisher? Like, yeah, no, we're first party. I'm like, okay, like, I don't, but you're publishing Halo on everything, day one, and Fable, and I feel like Matt Booty's just like first party. I'm like, oh, okay, sure, yeah, man, and you know what I think this might be. The more I think about it, because I've seen that I've watched Microsoft PR long enough to know that they want their marketing points and their PR points to bleed over into the fan base. So they want to start seeing the fans repeating what these guys are saying, you know? And that makes sense. But I feel like that's maybe why there's so much conflict here, you know? Where it's like, it almost seems like they want their fans to think that there may be a chance of exclusives coming back. Now, she does say how, like, she needs some time. She needs a bit of space. She needs time to really learn everything. But I'm like, okay, like, you're going to learn real quick that exclusivity can only help the Xbox console if your exclusives are really fucking good. Maybe they can be now, but I don't know. That still kind of remains to be seen, where it's like, if you were to make a game like Halo Campaign Evolved exclusive to Xbox consoles, how many consoles is that realistically going to sell? To remake of the first Halo. It's the second time you guys are doing this, you know? I'm trying to think of like other upcoming Xbox, like that game, A Clockwork Revolution. I think that's what it's called. It's like, if you decide we want that to be exclusive, it's like, we've been down this road with you guys. I'm not opposed to it, but if you're talking about the end result is that's not going to move the needle for you at all. You know? Blade, I'll tell you what, Blade, maybe now you're talking. Elder Scrolls 6, then you're now you're cooking with fire. If you want to revive the Xbox console, you make the Elder Scrolls, well, fuck, by the time the Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, you know, what are they going to have? What's going to be left to save, you know? But I mean, stuff like that, you know, the really big stuff where it's like, if you do that, maybe. But, you know, Starfield was supposed to be that, and it wasn't that. So, can we trust Matt Booty for real, bro? This dude threw Sarah and Phil under the bus to save his own booty. It was right there in front of everybody this whole time. Well, we'll continue with this write-up here, or this interview. So it says here, one of the big things facing the gaming industry all up right now is finding new users. Xbox and other big platform holders are effectively just trading the same few 100 million core users back and forth, With attention being divested to apps like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and other algorithmic non-gaming products, I asked Asha Sharma if she planned to explore new paradigms for Xbox to that end, but she once again signaled the intent to double down on Xbox's core. The thing about other products that are taking off, they've built really great communities with their audiences. We're the stewards of a lot of communities, and we have been for decades. The thing that makes a community is that you build for that core. What I don't want to do is have any creator at Xbox dilute their focus to chase an emerging community. If you want to invest in a new community, we'll look into how to do that. But it's really important that people stay true to their core when they're building. So that, well, she continues here, the thing I've learned when building platforms over my career, there's kind of two things that really make a great platform. It's the quality of the product and you deliver for that core user. And it's the integrity of the decisions that stand behind it. There's a big community at Xbox, and we'll look at the right way to serve that community. So this is the one thing that out of everything she said, I'm like, okay, actually, I think that's actually a really smart thing, what she just said. What she just said is something I'm actually completely in agreement with, where it's like, yes, if you are encountering, any, as she said, creator that wants to chase a brand new community, you have to handle that with care and really evaluate if that's the smartest thing to do. You need to always think about your core user and your core base first. So that's interesting. That's one thing that I kind of took note of, or I'm taking note of. It's like, okay, yeah, that is a good philosophy. And that is a good mindset. We'll see how it looks in practice, though, because talk is cheap at the end of the day. But I agree with that, actually. It says a lot of discourse around Asha's appointment revolves around her tenure in Microsoft's Core AI, whose mission is to integrate AI features into Azure tools. I asked Asha Sharma how she felt about artificial intelligence and the discourse regarding that surrounding her appointment at Xbox. She says, I think with any new technology, it brings possibilities as a tool, but even more important, especially now, we want to draw lines on what we won't do. That's what I attempted to do when I shared my opening letter. I will not flood our ecosystem with slop. We won't have a careless output. We won't have derivative work. I deeply believe in those words and that I shared previously there. Matt Booty put to bed rumors that Microsoft is planning to enforce some kind of AI directive on Xbox from the top, noting that developers are free to use the tools they want. Just as a group, game developers are always eager to adopt new technology. When Photoshop showed up, it took about a month for it to appear in every game studio on the planet because it was so useful. Matt noted that Xbox's goal is for AI to be additive and supportive rather than disruptive on its teams. What I hear throughout our studios is the people, our artists, our coders, the writers, they're doing the creative work. In my experience, anytime there's a new technology, what happens is there's a need for more specialists, new specialists. It raises the bar on what the expectations are for the quality of the games. We got no pressure from Microsoft. There are no directives on AI coming down. Our teams are free to use any technologies that might be beneficial, whether it's helping write code or check for bugs, things more in on the production pipeline. At the end of the day, as Asha said, we're committed to art made by people. Technology is only to support that. God, this is a really fucking long. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. This is almost over. We're almost at the end. On the topic of art, I was curious if there were plans to diverge Xbox away from its more eclectic publishing stylings and double down on chasing blockbusters. Some of Xbox's biggest games like Overwatch and Fallout 76 have seen a huge resurgence over the last year, and other titles like World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Call of Duty continue to see impressive engagement. But will there still be room for the smaller, more indie-like titles for niches, creative Xbox studios in this new era? Matt Booty says that type of creativity remains core to Xbox's philosophy. All right, well, of course they're not going to say no to that. So it says, in closing, I asked Asha Sharma what she would say to Xbox fans who have worries and concerns about the changes as we bid farewell to Phil Spencer, who inherited a very different Xbox back in 2014. She says, Phil Spencer is a remarkable human and a remarkable leader, and I think that when he took over in 2014, he changed the culture of Xbox to focus on player-driven and creator-driven decisions. I intend to honor and uphold that. Sharma didn't shy away from the challenges facing Xbox, both externally and internally, but volunteered the idea of strengthening Xbox not just for the near term, but for another quarter century. In her words, Sharma said her current goal is proof over promise. We know that the business has gone through some challenges. I'm going to use my expertise and the leaders that have the deep gaming depth around the table to help us grow the business and make sure that we have an incredible next 25 years. I will listen, I will learn, I will communicate what we're seeing and what we're doing. I think from here, the work is proof over promise. Matt and I are in every hour of every day, every night. I am fully in this thing. The team has brought it back before, and I'm here to help us do it again. That's not true. The team never brought anything back. She's already showing her lack of understanding, fundamentally. But maybe they can. Maybe they can. But there we go. I thought it was important to kind of go over that because, again, you know, we have, I mean, maybe she can, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I just, like, so I'll say this, and then we'll talk more about Resident Evil and the PS5 Pro. What I'll say is, if Phil Spencer couldn't move the needle, right, over the course of 12 years, and he did pretty much everything. I mean, he turned over almost every stone. All I can say to Asha Sharma, if what she's saying is even remotely true, where she's really talking about wanting to turn this thing around, good luck. And I mean that. I'm not opposed to that. I would prefer to see that, but good luck. Because I don't know what stone is left to turn over. You want to go back to exclusivity, you're going to get fired. And the reason you're going to get fired is because you're going to bleed money faster than you've ever seen, you know, for any business you've run. If you want to create a more traditional console and try to rally people around that console, that's great. But Phil already tried that, you know? Shadowlink, you're saying, MVG, I'm convinced she's not real and she's actually an AI that Microsoft has been working on. LMAO. Dude, Mrs. MVG said the same thing when I was talking to her about this. She's like, is she even real? I'm like, I'm pretty sure she's real. I'm pretty sure this is a real human being. But yeah, it's like if you want to try to rally the fan base around the console again, that's great. I'm not opposed to that, but it's like, to what end, right? We know what the end is. The end is growth. The end is the Xbox division, even after all of this massive investment, has not been producing profitability compared to all their other divisions. All their other divisions are actually producing greater profits than they've even projected. And so there's just this one really lagging division that is struggling. And I do think, you know, she seems she's saying some of the right things. Like when she talks about, you know, you can't just chase new audiences. You got to focus on the core first. I'm like, yeah, you're right about that. When she says things like, we have to just prove it, you know, we have to prove it. I'm like, yeah, okay, so you have an understanding that this is all just talk and it's all fluff. It's necessary with the transition, but yeah, man, you can't blame any single person for having absolutely zero faith in Microsoft, or sorry, Xbox at this time, or Microsoft, or both, right? You can't blame any single person for assuming that Xbox is going to ultimately get sunsetted into just becoming Microsoft gaming. I don't think this means we're not going to get games, you know, like, I want it to be understood that, yeah, I'm looking forward to two of Microsoft's biggest games that they're launching this year, especially Forza Horizon 6, which, goddamn, can I complain for a moment? Bro, so let me get this straight. Okay, so August 27th, Metal Gear Collection. Then, literally, like 2.5 weeks later, September 9th, Phantom Blade Zero. Then, like 4 or 5 days later, 6 days later, Wolverine. And then just 2 months later, and I know 2 months is a much larger gap, but then GTA 6. But then somewhere in there's going to be Forza Horizon 6 and Fable. Forza Horizon 6 for PS5 and Fable. It's like, dude, I can't do this. Sorry. I can't believe this shit. Why are they doing this to me? That guy already backtracked on that sunset BS, did he? Do you bleed? Well, yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I do think that something that's very fascinating to me, you know, I don't want to try to forcefully connect dots where there aren't dots to be connected, but I will just point out that we're hearing about Sony pivoting their PC oriented strategy or walking it back. We're seeing multiple insiders and multiple reports beginning to pop up that Sony is walking back their decision to release their single player games on PC. This is happening at almost the exact same time that this new Xbox CEO is taking over, and they're clearly signaling that big changes are coming. They just don't know when and exactly what shape they'll take. I wonder if this is Sony, maybe this could be a response, possibly, where they're like, maybe with the PS6 on the horizon, they got to get a little bit more protective themselves. But we will see. We will see, man. I mean, geez, there's still plenty of time for changes. There's time for change for Magnus. There's time for change for the PlayStation 6. There's talk of these consoles possibly getting delayed. There's a lot of talk about getting, the company's going back to the roots. So, make console gaming, make the console wars great again. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm all for it. Whether or not that'll happen, we'll see. In the meantime, just enjoy games. Boss, you good, bro? He's got that 1,000-yard stare. You good? He seems very paranoid. I think he thinks he's being stalked by Clark. You good? All right, you're good. He's good. All right. We need to talk about a couple of other things here. God, there's so many things that have come out. All right, so Resident Evil Requiem, PS5 Pro. We need to talk about this. What if PS will sell games for money, but you'll have access via PC and handheld and console, like the PS and Vita versions? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of different things they could do, man. It's going to be interesting times ahead. But let's take a moment and talk about Resident Evil 9, PS5 Pro, Resident Evil 9 hype train. So we got some really good news with Resident Evil 9. We already knew it was a really good looking game based off of everything we've seen, but we weren't really sure how maxed out this game was going to be on the PS5 Pro. And after going over Digital Foundry's analysis, bro, we are seeing. So I got to give a lot of credit to Capcom, man, because we are seeing results that normally would seemingly be reserved for first party PlayStation titles. And we're seeing those that level of performance and fidelity here. And now where things get really interesting is it seems as though PSSR 2 might already be in use with Resident Evil Requiem. Let me find it here. Hold on. Sorry, there's so many different reports that have come out. Here we go. So PSSR 2 might already be out for the PS5 Pro. Digital Foundry hints at some mysterious superior upsampling going on in RE9, and John Linneman mentions additional embargo stopped his video from being only PS5 Pro footage. So, hold on, let me. Yeah, GX, you're saying, bro, RE9 on Pro looks insane. Do you think it looks better than Horizon or DS? What are your favorite looking games? Or do you think are the best looking? RE9 hype. I mean, Death Stranding 2 is by far one of the best games I've seen on the PS5 Pro. Whether or not RE9 will top that, I think I'm going to have to experience it myself first. Ghost of Yotei is an amazing looking game on Pro as well. By the way, I just beat Yotei for a second time so I could get the New Game Plus trophy. Now I'm at 100% for that. And I was looking, I'm like, dude, my God, like this might be one of the best Pro games. Horizon, though, I don't know. I would have to see. I think I'd have to see like a face off. But what I've seen of Resident Evil 9 so far, knowing that I haven't seen it like natively because I haven't played it yet, but what I've seen, even with the compressed footage, I'm like, dude, this has to be one of like the top. It has to be like the top 5 easily. It has to be. Look, man. I have no problem with PC gaming. I have nothing against PC gamers. And understand that I'm only referencing a certain, small group of people that I run into sometimes. But like, it's times like this where I'm like, you're crazy if you don't see the value in a PS5 Pro in the console space. Like it doesn't have anything to do with preferring PC, but just this idea that there is a more premium console that isn't extreme. It's not like it's a $1,000, $1,500 console. It's $750, which is still very expensive, but it is a premium console. But it's producing this type of result, bro. It's like, fuck yeah. Like, I feel like this is an instance where you got to give credit where it's due. Like, you don't have to like console gaming, I think, to just acknowledge that this is impressive. And I find what Digital Foundry is saying here, yeah, exactly. You're saying, bro, we get PC visuals for not even 1K. Like that's a really good value. I agree. I do agree. Like, it all comes down to how well developers optimize for it, but the same can be said for PC, right? Everything needs to be optimized for. And I'm just really happy to know that one of the games I'm most excited for this year is optimized again, so good that it looks like, bro, did Sony help you with this or something? Because this is good. This is good. The game hits, and somebody had mentioned that apparently it's hitting an internal 1080p. This is why we think we might be looking at PSSR 2.0. It's running at 1080p internal, but the output, as Digital Foundry says, is basically native 4K. Like what you're seeing is basically native 4K at a locked 60 frames per second with ray tracing, like a transformative level of ray tracing. And I'm like, bro, what? And you can see that. They were showing if you turn the ray tracing off on the PS5 Pro, you can get up to 120 frames per second. But the ray tracing, this is one of the few instances where I'm like, okay, this is, in a lot of areas, this is a pretty huge difference maker. So I'm impressed, man. I'm very impressed, and I'm happy. Am I going to be playing the Marathon Server Slam? I mean, I might try it. I might give it a shot. But are people having trouble getting into the server? How's it going so far? Why didn't Sony announce PSSR 2.0? Well, keep in mind, I think one of the most revealing things is John Linneman says he was not allowed to make all of his footage in Resident Evil 9 PS5 Pro footage because there was an extra embargo. I don't know. I feel like Sony is on the verge, on the cusp of getting ready to announce this. Yeah, maybe they shadow dropped it. I don't think it's that, though. What I think...
Fake frames is not
hold on.
native, don't get that confused. That not native 4K.
Well, no. I'm not talking about well, I don't think I'm talking about frames. I'm talking about the resolution, right? Like how the whole idea, this is like the image upscaling. Like this is what PSSR is all about, where you like Resident Evil 9 running on the PS5 Pro, the internal resolution is 1080p, 60 frames, right? It's being the PSSR is doing the upscaling. The 60 frames is not, this is not frame gen, as far as I understand. The reason why the game, I think, is running at 1080p internally is so it can hit that 60 frames natively. You know, there aren't like fake frames. The resolution that you see, when you play this game on a PS5 Pro, you're not looking, like, your eyes, it's not a 1080p image. The image quality is almost exactly what you would see with native 4K. But yeah, you could say that's fake, I suppose, but that's the point. That's what also allows them to do the ray tracing. That's the whole point of PSSR, you know? Same thing with DLSS. As far as I understand, when it comes to the 120 frames per second for Resident Evil 9, those are not, frame gen isn't a thing either. It's just pushing, it's just a pure horsepower. But the image quality takes a big visual, hit. You could see that if you watch Digital Foundry's video. The RE engine is crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. RE engine is a powerhouse, and it looks good across everything. It scales incredibly well. So a lot of credit goes to Capcom for just having a really, really good engine. But, it makes me happy that for one of the games I'm most excited about, it could have easily been the opposite, right? It could have been, there's barely any difference on the Pro. There is no ray tracing, or the ray tracing is super minimal and not noticeable, or it could have just been unoptimized. And it's just nice to know, like, no, dude, you're getting a really souped up experience here. They took advantage of it. And I'm like, good. Like, that's what I paid for. Like, that's why I bought the Pro. This right here is why I bought the Pro. And I'm glad to see more and more games are taking advantage of it. But it'll be really interesting to see, because, like, people are saying, like, it can't be PSSR 2.0 because there has to be, like, an update. Not necessarily. We have to understand that if you go back and you watch the reveal of the PlayStation 5 Pro, Sony had games ready day one. The moment they announced it, like, there were games that were being worked on ahead of time to be ready for release. They probably, if PSSR 2.0 is getting ready to be revealed, assuming Sony does a full reveal, maybe they won't, but assuming they are going to do a full reveal, then it probably, they gave it to devs probably a couple months ago, and have just been slowly improving it since, or, putting out updates to the development environment and stuff like that, or to the SDK or whatever. So it is possible that Resident Evil 9 is going to be amongst one of the first games talked about by Sony, among others that are coming up. Like, what about Saros? What about Wolverine? And other third-party games. So, I just think what John Linneman is saying here, that is kind of that's super suspicious. Like, what do you mean there's an embargo? You can't keep showing more PS5 Pro footage. That's weird. Why? It almost sounds like it's because, there's certain things that Sony themselves want to talk about with Capcom, that's reserved. Because that's the thing. Like, I think what people might be missing here is John Linneman is very heavily insinuating that there are other things that he encountered that he would like to talk about but is not allowed to. And that's why I'm like, huh, okay. Yeah, so that's super interesting as well. Guerrilla Games, the first-party PlayStation studio, they have their own upscaler, which is crazy. Like, I forget what it's called, but they have their own upscaler that seems to be in some ways better than PSSR. And I'm like, what? Like, what the hell is Guerrilla doing over there? But yeah, Guerrilla uses, so when we talk about Horizon Forbidden West running on the PS5 Pro, Guerrilla actually uses their own upscaler, dude. Yeah, I got a copy of my copy of Requiem came in today. So this is the real deal. It's not just like a display case. I'm gonna be playing it later. I got lucky. Irfan, what's this? Let's see. Console wars are back on. Oh no. The console wars are back on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Hype. Oh man. Ew, physical? Bro, what? No. War kept the Concordian timeline at bay. It is welcome. Yes. There is a fate worse than a perpetual console war. That is the Concordian timeline. Holy shit, that sounds weird. That sounds like real though. Quiet, Gaming Survivor, quiet. But yeah, man. So when it comes to PSSR 2.0, Pico is the name of the upscaler. Is it Pico or Pico? When it comes to PSSR 2.0, I really get the feeling that based off of what we're seeing with Resident Evil Requiem, that this might be the first game that truly is using it, like a major third party that's using it, and this is, it's very promising, man. Like, this is what I mean. Like, it like hurts the PlayStation 6. It's like, dude, look at Resident Evil 9 running on a damn PS5 Pro. PS6 is going to be tough. That's going to be a tough sell, man. Resident Evil 9 physical versions are sold out. I saw that. That's crazy, man. I didn't think that could happen these days. Marathon has a third-person mode? Whoa. Hold on. What? Is that confirmed? Clark, please don't attack my copy. It looks like Gears now. Hold on. Well, let me look into this real quick. I'm not seeing anything on third person. Oh, only when using the shield. Okay. Yeah, you got to clarify that next time. I thought you meant like they had a whole separate third person mode. That would have got me very excited because I feel like I like third person a lot better. I mean, I like first person, and that's Bungie's specialty. Their first person shooters feel great. But I just thought that would have been really cool. Maybe they will do something like that. Whoa. What was that noise? What was that noise my body just made? Oh, here we go. Shinobi 602. Resident Evil Requiem is a class apart on PS5 Pro and is a true showcase for the system's capabilities, says Digital Foundry. The PS5 Pro is the only console with ray tracing, reflections, and RTGI. PS5 Pro features remarkable temporal upscaling solution and looks close to native 4K. Base PS5 and Series X. All versions run at 60 FPS, base PS5 and Series X noticeably less sharp than the Pro version. 120 FPS / non-ray tracing mode is exclusive to PS5 Pro, supports VRR, and is visually identical to the base PS5 and Series X. Among the best character models in any game ever shipped, Series S image quality is not great, but runs smoothly, no hair strand system. Excuse me. Damn, dude. Yeah, that's what Digital Foundry had to say about it, so And also, the game is sitting at an 88 on Metacritic. Resident Evil 9, that is. It's pretty damn good. It's actually very good. I've said this time and time again, buying a PC in this era of gaming makes absolutely no sense. The diminishing returns have peaked. Anime for entertainment, what's going on, man? Scuba Tank, you're saying, been trying Marathon for a little over an hour. I'm not sure that this is it. Kaz Jam, you're saying, I'm debating getting it for PS5 Pro or PC. Well, I mean, the ultimately, I think it'll probably be good either way. It seemed, well, they didn't really talk about. I'm assuming it's well optimized for PC. I don't know if they released their PC version yet, but I mean, I'll be able to let you guys know what I think when I get some time with it on the PS5 Pro. At the very least, though, if you do decide to get it for the PS5 Pro, it's well optimized. Still hoping for a PSVR 2 add-on. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that's not happening, man. I hate to say that, but I don't think it's happening. The only negative I've been hearing is some people don't like the pacing of switching characters. Some might think 10 out of 10. Others might think 8 out of 10. I am a little bit nervous about that myself. Like, I did say previously that, I'm kind of a Leon fanboy. Like, every moment I've seen of Resident Evil Requiem that got me hyped was involving Leon. Every moment I've seen of Grace, I'm like, cool. And I do wonder if by the time I finish the game, if I'm going to be like, I kind of wish it was just all Leon, like all action. I don't know. I do like horror games though a lot, so we'll see. I'm going to be playing the whole thing in third person though. I will tell you that. Yeah, we'll see how it all. No spoilers, guys. No spoilers. We'll see. You're too scared to play Resident Evil games? Yeah, people have been talking about the length of the game, saying it's not long. I'm totally cool with that. I don't need a Resident Evil game to be super long. Even if it's 10 or 12 hours, right? Even if, I mean, dude, like, these games always encourage you to speed run them, and with multiple playthroughs. I'm more interested in the replayability of it, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, I would like to try to platinum it, of course. Let's see. What else should we talk about today? Let me go back to the Sony PC stuff here because it's trending. It's like trending big time. I'm gonna post I'm gonna post on Twitter. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna post something now. Hold on though. I'm gonna ask the question. Bro, wait, somebody says exclusive PC players reading this right now.
What the fuck, y'all? God damn! God damn! God damn!
Oh man, dude, I love that one. I love that one, man. That's one of my favorites, bro. Oh my god, amazing. What the fuck? God damn. Classic. Absolute classic, man. Amazing. All right, let me man, yeah, this is really, there has to be something big going on because this is trending big time. Let's see here. Seeing if I can find any new information. All right, well, I'll put out a tweet and I'll ask people what they think. Let's see. I'll ask, do you want to see Sony go back to PlayStation only exclusives with their first party games? Is that good enough? I think that's good enough. Do I need to add any more to that? Do you want to see Sony go back to PlayStation only exclusives with their first party games? Or I don't know, maybe I should like try to alter the question a little bit. I would do a poll, but dude, polls don't do anything on my Twitter, like at all. People, it's weird. Is my volume low? Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Dude, for some reason my gain was set to 0. I'm sorry about that. You guys could probably barely hear me. Sorry about that. All right, I'll word it like this. Do you want to see Sony go back to PlayStation only exclusives with their first party games and end PC releases? And stop PC releases. There we go. That's I think that's the best way to word that. In case you guys are ever wondering how I construct some of my tweets. People get mad at my tweets. I'm like, bro, I literally spent 1 minute on it. I don't know what to tell you. You know, this ain't worth getting mad over. Well, that's what people were talking about too. Like, will Sony delist it? Irfan, let me see. What is this you sent me?
I am.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, we'll make sure to check that out. God, man. Yeah. So I feel like I should change I don't want to change my title and thumbnail though, because I know for a fact we're going to be talking about this again on Sunday. So I'll just leave it as it is. But Sunday, the big question I have is if come Sunday, if we're going to have more information. Why is Sony PC trending? Because according to like multiple insiders, Sony is walking back their PC plans. They're not, according to multiple insiders, it seems as though Sony is getting ready to not release any more single player games on PC. They're done. They're done doing that. But we don't have confirmation. Exclusivity is a sign of weakness. You think so? It's an interesting take. Yeah, I mean, now PlayStation is trending on my end. Is that good? By the way, guys, Fishy, why are you informing us of this, Fishy? Should I be concerned? Oops, wrong chat. It's okay. It's a judgment-free zone. Listen, we're totally fine with that. Just don't come in here saying you're playing on Xbox, because then we'll have a problem. But guys, we are just about at the 3-hour mark. I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys if you guys want to keep chatting for a while. Why is Papa John trending? Hold on, I'm gonna have to check that out in just a second. Do I want to know? We're approaching the 3-hour mark. I'll leave it up to you guys if you guys want me to chat some more with you and hang out, because I'm probably not going to be streaming again until Sunday. So this will be the last stream until Sunday. We are at 71 members, so I will emphasize we're 4 members away, just 4 from hitting a third goal. We still have time to hit the 75 mark. But thank you guys so much for all the support you've been showing today. I really appreciate it. Chris White says that's bullshit. Exclusivity creates competition and pushes industries forward. You don't hear people going to Burger King and complain about them not having Big Macs, but maybe they should. No, listen, man, I've reoriented my mindset quite a few times. You know, I've reoriented, but I can never have a problem with exclusivity. Oh, dude, Shadowlink, bro, ain't what do you mean here? Shadowlink says last one and then I'm done. Okay, he says that. Shadowlink's never done. Shadowlink's never done, bro. That's crazy. You don't have to do anything, Shadowlink. You've been you've done, bro. You've carried so much of the membership gifting recently, but I really do appreciate it, man, and that goes for everybody. You know, if any of you guys who dropped any support whatsoever, whether it's been renewing your membership, a single membership, 5, 50, multiple 50s like Shadowlink, super chats, direct donations, I really am grateful for all the support because, you know, like I said, I could do sponsorships, and I know a lot of you guys want me to. And Zombie Dragon comes in. Although it says Zombie Dragum. Zombie Dragon, thank you so much, man. He drops the 5. Zombie Dragon coming out of nowhere. And then Ray comes in. Yeah, we got Ray coming in dropping another 5. That's 10. That's 10. They just blew right past 75. Zombie Dragon, thank you for opening a 5-pack. And then Ray opening another. Ray, thank you for that, bro. Ray, this one's for you, and then...
But that was some fancy shooting.
Zombie Dragon.
You're pretty
good.
Here we go.
In honor of Sony's PC efforts. Let me see, do I still have the soundbite?
Say hello to democracy.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I used that one. How do I gift? Help. GX, if you're interested in gifting on the channel, if you click the money icon at the bottom of the chat, there should be the option to gift. If it's not there, it might be because you're on iOS. If you're using an iPhone, the only way to go around that on iPhone is you have to go on Google Chrome, then go to the website version of YouTube through Google Chrome. So it's quite a process, and I don't expect anybody to ever do that. Some people do, though. But yeah, I mean, look, I get if I ever get offered a sponsorship opportunity that I simply can't turn down because it's too perfect, it's like, actually, I think this would be amazing, I'll take it. But you know, I don't pursue sponsorships, and I try not to do that because honestly, it just, my whole thing with the channel here, I mean, dude, I know for a fact I'm not maximizing my channel. I know that. There's some people that are probably like, my God, you drive me crazy, MBG. Like you know, you could be doing this, this, and that. But my whole thing is like, I try to keep it as simple as I can, where it's like, I don't want there to be, if it's possible, any interference between, like, I'm here, I'm talking to you guys about video games and the gaming industry, and there's nothing. There's like nothing getting in the way except my cats, perhaps. You know, that's how I prefer it. Maybe I'm too stubborn for my own good, but let me update the goal, by the way. I'm sorry about that. You guys got us to 81. I'm gonna have to do reps as well. I don't know when exactly I'll end the stream, but And we cap it out at 100. We always cap it at 100. So thank you guys. Really. I don't mean to sound like such a broken record. I know it probably gets a little bit tiring. I know for a fact there are people that are like, please God, shut up, stop thanking people, stop thanking us. We don't want to hear it anymore, but I can't help it. Did you see weapon skins for RE9 Resident Evil Twitter released what others look like yesterday? I did not see that. No. You really think PlayStation should send you game codes and other stuff? I mean, I don't like if they wanted to send me games, that's cool, but I don't know, man. I feel so strange to a degree where it's like, it's probably better I just do things on my own terms. You know what I mean? Just to keep it as simple as possible, like I said. There was an error. It said it let me know before you end so I can try again. Oh, okay. Yeah, nope. Yeah, Shadowlink, I don't know. I'm assuming one of the reasons you came in and dropped a 50 this morning or earlier was because I noticed, and I just want to double check this with you because you probably should be aware. Only one of your, I think it was the last stream, you came in, you dropped 2 50s. One of them I think didn't go through, and I think it went back. I'm assuming it didn't go through with your bank or something. Because I remember you were saying that it was giving you some trouble where like YouTube was like, you reached the limit and you were like, yeah, I'll come back later and see if it lets me. And then it seemingly on my end, I'm assuming your end, it let you go through with it. But then when all my stuff updated, it like wasn't there. And I'm like, oh, so one went through, the other didn't. And I'm only mentioning this. I actually meant to mention this earlier because I don't know if that's something that was reflected on your end or not. But YouTube can be messy sometimes, man. I always get frustrated when stuff like this happens because, I mean, dude, the amount of people, you guys see it all the time. I encounter people, they're like, can I gift? How do I gift? How do I support? YouTube's not letting me super chat. YouTube's not letting me gift. And I'm like, I wish there was some level of troubleshooting they let me do, but they don't let me do it, you know? There's nothing I can do. YouTube, I'm just totally at the mercy of like, I hope YouTube system is working. Now, granted, 99% of the time it does work, you know, but that 1%, it's just like, geez, it can be frustrating for everybody involved. Gaming server, what the hell are you going on about, man? We'll do the Mighty Keef. We'll do the Mighty Keef. I guess that's what we should do now. Canaan Bridge of Spirit and the sequel. Oh yeah, so today you can wish list. You can wish list Kana Scars of Cosmora. Really excited, dude. That game must be around the corner. Like I'm thinking that might be just like a summer release, man. Again, what are we doing? What are we doing? Maybe you were right because my credit card statement seemed smaller than it should have been. I'll make it back up to you. Well, thank you, man. You're too kind, bro. You're too kind. But hey, man, I'm gonna be able to buy all the games. Yeah, how else am I gonna be able to afford all these games? It's cool too is dude, like people were mentioning game codes. But I told you guys before, like Microsoft is like cool with me, and I don't know why. It feel like I still don't know how to feel about this. We're like Microsoft, like I got approved for Avowed. I didn't request it either. I did just automatically approve. Like here you go, and I'm like I'm not saying that to them. I'm not saying no, thank you, because it's not necessary. But it's just like I'm gonna play Resident Evil. Like you know what I mean? Like no offense to Avowed. And I know that you guys are trying to like get this ball rolling for this game on PS5, but I am good on that, my friends. But that's where it's like, yeah, I can't deny that like if it ain't worth it, even if it's free. it's because I'm not in it for that. Like that's the thing. I'm not in it for free shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not in it for free games. I like to collect my games physically. So it's not about that. If I want, I could get so many codes for games, bro. I get offered codes all the time for games I never even heard of. And I'm like, okay, I'm good though, you know? Like I'm good. I'm not in it for that. I have my own way that I like to do things, but like, yeah, dude, it's like down the line, if Microsoft's like, you want to review Forza Horizon 6? It's going to, I mean, it depends on where I'm at. If I'm not playing, if I happen to not be playing anything, like stuff like that, I feel like is hard. Where it's like, that's a game I actually really want to fucking play. Like if Sony were to come up to me, or like, yo, you want Saros? I'd be like, yeah, I want Saros. Hell yeah, I want Saros. Give me Saros. Especially because they're doing that 2-day early access bullshit. But I don't think I'll ever. I'm pretty sure I'm blacklisted by Sony. Like I'm fairly certain I'm blacklisted. Like I don't think Sony. I don't know. I don't know how it works, dude. I've never had contact with Sony. And I don't know that I ever want to change that. You know, I'm talking about like Sony PR and Sony relations. But that's what feels weird. Where it's like, so wait, you have contact with Microsoft, but not Sony. And I'm like, yeah, that is kind of weird, but I don't know. Maybe I should just cut off contact with everybody. But I don't know. Maybe things will change. That's like the one area where I'm totally torn. Where like, if the day were to come where Sony's like, yeah, we would give you review copies of Sony games. I'm like, I mean, I don't know who the fuck's gonna come to me for a review of a Sony game. You know, I'm just being honest. And dude, Shadow Link, bro, I thought Shadow Link ain't no way. This man, he can't help himself. He needs to just drop. He needs to do the shadow drops. This man needs to do the shadow drops.
Holy shit.
I gotta play it for him. Hold on. I gotta play it for him. Not Thomas the Tank Engine. I can't do that because it, you know, it always gets me copyrighted. Let me see. Shadowlink, thank you so much, man. I gotta get the link. Here we go. All right, 50 times.
Link.
There we go. I'm not actually gonna do it 50 times, bro. I always think about it. I'm like, I'll just sit here, I'll do it 50 times. But dude, Shadowlink, I don't even know what to say, man. This man has dropped 50s from the sky. Like, it's just raining. It's just raining memberships. Massive shout out to Shadowlink, bro. He opened another 50 pack for you guys. What a legend. I don't know, man. You might, dude, Shadowlink. So there's been some crazy member gifting over the years on my channel where like there's been some, I mean, like Corey achieved legendary status, Big MP. I don't know. Like, I don't know if maybe I don't know if you've surpassed them by this point. It's possible, or you might be close to it. So thank you for that, man. I'm going to add that to the goal. That brings us up to, goddamn, 131, guys. 131, and I missed a couple chats. I'll go back and check them. I don't deserve you guys, really. I don't. Very, very thankful, though. Seriously, very thankful. Yeah, 2025 was a crazy year. Very difficult year for me and my family, especially on like a personal level. And you guys were there for me. And I wanted to make 2026 a better year. I think it's off to a much better start. Not everything's perfect, of course. You know, I don't expect perfection, but just really, thank you guys so much. I feel like I don't deserve this. You guys are too nice. Thank you. How do you get to legendary status? Basically by just dropping a crazy amount of memberships over a period of time, you know? I mean, I keep track of what I can, what YouTube allows me to, but I don't know. They should have like something that I thought YouTube should implement. Maybe it's, I don't know. I guess it could be considered exploitative. I don't know. But I guess I figure because people are going to be supporting anyway, like they should have like leaderboards for like people who are gifting or people who are super chatting. I try to do that with the little trophies I do at the bottom of my stream. But they do a leaderboard for just engagement. Why not extend it further to, you know, some of the stuff that people are already doing? Does it require 100 members? Probably more than that, I'm going to say. Yeah. I got Requiem already, bro. I'm ready, dude. This is what I'm saying. Like, I feel I'm very blessed. I'm very blessed. I get my early copy of Requiem. You know, I'm gonna be able to take a day or two off from streaming, get some solid gaming in, and just hopefully the weather's getting nicer too. So I don't know, man. I don't know. And best of all, Josh Nugget's got a membership today. That's all that really matters. Am I able to do this as a full-time job now? Yeah. No, I do this full-time. I'll tell you what, man, like, I'm not saying it's a hard job, right? Like, trust me, it's not, in terms of sheer difficulty, it's not that. But the biggest thing I've had to contend with ever since doing this, like, full-time, is you don't realize how fried your brain will become 4 days into doing, just basically sitting at your desk. And not only that, but just talking and talking and talking and reading a chat and talking, but also making the videos. So, I mean, dude, it's like, I get up, I have my coffee, I help get the kids, ready for school, and then I go check to see, all right, what's going on today, What's the talk of the town? And I get triggered at least 6 times on Twitter, and then I start my day, and I'll be sitting there. I put like 3 hours or so, sometimes longer, into making a video. And then immediately after that, I get my stream set up. I get to eat lunch in between. So I get like a lunch break, and then I do my streams. And then after my streams, dude, I'll tell you, the big thing is after my streams, I thought years ago I would eventually get used to this, but you realize you never get used to it, is like, my brain is just fried. It's just fried, man. Where it's like my bandwidth, my capacity, I have to basically take like 45 minutes to just like, I don't want to call it decompress, but like, I guess my visual system, my brain, it's just so overstimmed at that point that's like, you got to fucking meditate for like 30 minutes, man. So I don't literally meditate, but I try to just like, take a little breather, close my eyes, or rest, just really again, and decompress isn't the right word, but slow the brain down. Overstimmed, bro. We'll check out the Mighty Keep video, but yeah, again, I just want to express my sincere gratitude for you guys. I feel very privileged. I feel very lucky. I understand that I don't know. Again, I don't know how I got so lucky. I always believed this could be a thing that works, and it is. And that's thanks to you guys. So thank you all so much. Really quick. Oh, no, hold on. I got it here. All right. I got the Mighty Keep video. We're going to bring it up. MBG is the best. Thank you. I mean, dude, a lot of you guys say that to me. You guys say things like, you're my favorite YouTuber, you're my favorite streamer, you're the GOAT and stuff like that. And truly, it's humbling. It really is, where it's like, I don't even know what to say to that. It's like, just, I never thought that, I never thought I'd be in a position like this. And I'm really, really grateful. So we're on a journey, we're on a journey. Not to get too mushy about it, but it's like, yeah, man. Sorry, I'm trying to get the setup here. I've always talked to you guys about how, video games are so important to me in my life. Like, they really, really are. Like, I don't know. I'm not kidding when I say, like, I don't know what my life would be without video games. That's another thing people tell me. They're like, honestly, your videos got me through the pandemic. Yeah, dude, that's another thing I don't think about too often, but that was like a crazy year, man. I mean, truly for everybody. And I was too focused on what was going on and, doing my own thing that I didn't think of it that way. Like, people were like, yeah, man, you're helping me through this thing. I'm like, oh, well, shit, man. Well, you guys are helping me too, But, I've always talked to you guys about how video games are so fucking important to me. And it's not, I mean, I know that many people feel this way, but it's like they define such a large portion of my life and literally who I am that that's why I feel so truly grateful and blessed to be able to, for as triggered as I can and ranty as I get sometimes, I always try to remind myself, like, dude, you get to fucking talk to an awesome community about gaming, bro. It's not perfect. Gaming isn't perfect. Nothing's perfect. But like, bro, does it get any better than that? I'm like, nah, man. I don't think it does. Not for me, personally. So, thank you guys. All right. It's enough of that sentimental nonsense. You remember when MBG got a PS4 Pro? That was crazy. That's when shit was going down. when I walked on my channel with a PS4 Pro, like, it was, pre-face reveal, of course, but like, I did it. I finally did it. I think I was in a little bit of denial, bro. I remember one of the first games I played was Uncharted 4, and I think I was just in denial where I'm like, yeah, it was pretty good. I don't know though, man. Like, I don't know if it was as good. It's like, bro, you keep telling yourself that, MBG. Keep telling yourself that. And then I played God of War, and I'm like, what? All right, here we go. So this Mighty Keep, which one is this? What's he talking about here? This Mighty Keep video is how Xbox fans reacted to the new CEO of Xbox. Oh, damn. Okay, this is a shorter one.
Mighty Keep. It's the best deal in gaming. Always. Jesus Christ, is that a code red? Red Ring of Death? No! It means Phil Spencer has left Xbox. Oh my God, he's gone. He really gone! Who they replace him with? Sarah Bond, right? I mean, that's good, right? Sarah Bond gone too. Person who replaced Phil, Asher Shar. Shar, like in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, she got a good gamer tag. No, nigga, that's her real name. Quick, find her gamer tag. I'm looking. I wish I ain't look. What's she play? Come on, man. What does she play, man? Tell me. Not a damn thing. You lying. No Forza? Only thing she driving is a BMW to work where Phil used to be at. No Gears of War? Only Gears are the one being grinded because I'm mad as hell. No Candy Crush? Only thing she crushing is my will to live, nigga. I need to go. Come on, man. There's gotta be Halo up there. At the very least,
bro,
she gotta be playing Halo. The news put a Halo on me because I'm ending it. Okay. She's not a gamer, but she works in gaming, right? I mean, she's been in the gaming industry for a while, right? I mean, she is knowledgeable about gaming, right? Right? Brother, she has worked at Doesn't Matter, Irrelevant, and she's the president of Core AI. Get up, man. Get up. Please, bro. You good, man? You good, bro. Please get up. I'm tired of this, bro. I'm going to Nintendo, man. I'm tired of this. Hello? Y'all got room for one more? Hell no. I don't even know.
I'm going to Nintendo.
Damn. I'm going to Sony, bro. I can't do this. I just can't do. Hello? Y'all got room for one more? We're on fire over here, man. We just got rid of Bluepoint. Sit down. Sit down. I'm just overreacting. It's gonna be all right. It's Xbox. We're gonna be good, bro. We're gonna be all right. You really think it's gonna be fine? The creator of the original Xbox just said he thinks the Xbox is getting sunsetted.
Or that's just crazy.
Dude, okay, I don't know how he keeps coming up with this shit, bro. He's a master of his craft. He's a fucking master of his craft, dude. That ending, dude. When he called Sony and they're like, "We're on fire over here, bro. Help! Send help!" Oh hell no, man! I'm going to Nintendo. We ain't got no more room. Oh, I'm going to Sony. All right, dude. That was amazing. And then, dude, that ending was incredible. I got to replay that ending. That was too good. That was too good.
Got room for one more?
We're on fire over here, man. We just got rid of Bluepoint. Sit down. Sit down.
I'm just overreacting. It's gonna be all right. It's Xbox. We're gonna be good, bro. We're gonna be all right. You really think it's gonna be fine? The creator of the original Xbox just said he thinks the Xbox is getting sunsetted.
Oh, dude, that ending is the chef's fucking kiss, bro. With the flatlining, because dude, his videos are so good because it really truly does capture like the general sentiment of like it's all. I mean, it's a bit over the top, but it's rooted in some level of reality every time. Where it's like, yeah, you do be seeing people act like this. That ending is so good. Like, that ending perfectly encapsulates the Xbox fan base, though. Hold on. One more time.
We're gonna be all right. You really think it's gonna be fine? The creator of the original Xbox just said he thinks the Xbox is getting sunsetted.
Like, it really is like that, man, where like the absolute most dire shit, I mean absolute most dire shit can happen to Xbox. Like, your console's dead, Halo is coming to PlayStation, Phil's gone, the original creator is letting you know it's over, bro. And it's like, do you think it's gonna be okay? Like, is it gonna be okay? It's like, bro, what a creator's saying is it ain't gonna be okay. It's like, what else do you need? That was good. Does he have any more? Let me see. That was a good one, man. Let me check his channel. He's been releasing a bunch of stuff. Okay, yeah. So we watched the other one too. PlayStation When It's Time to Ruin Their Company Again. That was a good one. Oh man. Well, I guess we will see, man. As I usually end up saying at times like this, we are going to see what I'm. Listen, guys, I'm going to say this again. I think March is going to be a wild, wild month. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. But if the last 2 weeks of February are anything to go by, I'm starting to think things are about to get really wild. Irfan, let me see what this is. Do we have any the friend is too scared to play horror games? Well, actually, Irfan, I'll have to save that one. Send that one to me again on the next stream or towards the end of the next stream, and I'll check it out. Because what I gotta do, because I realize it's about to hit the 3.5 hour mark, and I do have some obligations that I must fulfill. So let me see. We're still good though. I do have to do one more thing though before I head out, and I was going to ask if any of you guys have any AI songs that you made and you want me to listen to. I'm only because if not, I'll just play something random. But I got to do some reps. We hit over 100 members. I got to do some reps, or should I do drumming? Reps or I'm gonna do a poll. We're gonna do a poll. I need you guys to vote on a poll. Reps or drumming. Okay. And you guys vote on that. Bro, what? What? Shadowlink. Bro. There ain't no way, son. I thought that was a glitch. I had to do it, like, I was just staring at it. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's a glitch. That's a bug. There ain't no way this man just dropped another 50. Shadowlink, I'm certain you secured your platinum trophy, bro. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
I can't believe, dude, Shadowlink. I can't believe that, man. This man just dropped another 50 member gifts for you guys. I'm at a loss for words at this point, bro. I'm at a total loss. This man just brought us up to 181. Like, what? Damn, I'm gonna order pizza tonight, Shadowlink. I'm ordering tonight. Or maybe some Chinese food. Bro, thank you so much. That's crazy. Yeah. I think he dropped 150 member gifts for you guys today. Shadowlink. Oh, hold on. Really quick. Reese Elliott of Alinea Analytics says Sony has made over $1.2 billion on Steam via selling 43 million copies of PlayStation Studios games. This is what Alinea Analytics estimates. Here's the top 5 PlayStation games on Steam by copies sold. So, Helldivers 2, 12.7 million. Horizon Zero Dawn, 4.5 million. God of War, 4.2 million. 3.4 million for Days Gone and 2.7 for Spider-Man. Damn. Guys, so I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, so shit. I had you guys vote on a poll of what I should do, drumming or reps, and now I don't know if I'm going to be able to drum. Although drumming's winning at 54%. Gaming Survivor did provide a song though. 2.7 million for Spider-Man, that's kind of low. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, when you look at that data, the data tells you your successful live service game like outsold every single one of your single player games by like, 2 times basically. I feel like, yeah, the signal for Sony might be clear. You want me to do the drumming? It's been a little bit since I've done drumming. I won't be able to turn the camera. Eventually I might be able to though. Eventually. I told you guys my basement is not fully finished yet. And I also don't know how it's going to sound, but it'll be off-camera drumming, but I'll be drumming nonetheless. As a longtime touring bassist, I have to go drumming. Let me see. 2.7 million at $50 and a 30% cut to Valve. Yeah, this ain't it. The world is healing. All right. It looks like drumming wins out. Get a second camera. Yeah, eventually I'm going to have to look into doing it. So, look, I don't want to telegraph things too early. I'm horrible at like saying I'm going to do this and that and then never do it. The plan, Arthur, right now, it's a long-term plan. I don't know when it will be done. It could be a year from now. I'm hoping it won't take that long, but at some point, my father-in-law is going to help me do a proper like drop ceiling in my basement. That's like the big thing that's got to get done. And once that's done, like there's not much else that has to happen after that. Once that happens, I'm probably going to rearrange stuff. I'll probably have my entire basement as like my background. Like it's not going to be this wall anymore. You know what I mean? It's not going to be like 1 or 2 posters and a wall. But I don't know how far away I am from that. But that's like my ultimate goal here. So basically if I ever want to get up and start doing shit, I don't have to worry about messing around, like messing with my webcam or, not being able to see the screen and shit like that. So you're losing faith. No, don't lose faith. Have some damn faith, Arthur. All right, looks like drumming wins out, though. MBG, that's 300 for this month. LMAO, boom. Wish you the best. I'll be on hiatus for a little again. Maybe. Well, no pressure, Shadowlink. Again, I always want to encourage people, do what you can and also because you want to, right? If it's not within your means, I get it. Things are complicated, you know? It's complicated times, stressful times. I don't expect anything from anybody. And even if you do have it, I only want people to do it because they really want to do it. You know what I mean? I only want people to do it because it's coming from the heart. There's no pressure. You know, I don't want people to do things out of pity or anything like that. The number one thing that I try to... Okay, Clark, that's too much. The number one thing I'll say is that, you know, I'll continue to do the best I can on my channel and for the community. And I just hope that I can earn, you know, the support that you guys show. So, Shadowlink, salute to you, man. Thank you so much. This is big time this month. And that goes for everybody else who dropped any support. I got to go. So I'm going to be gone for a second. You guys can hang with Clark. I'm going to go get this set up. Okay. It's probably going to sound like shit. Thank you, Shadowlink. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad, bro, because that's all I got. And Corey, yo, bro. Corey's like, wait, hold up. That timing, though. That timing. Corey, the legend Landiga, he's like, hold on, I can't let Shadowlink have all the fun today. He drops another 5 for you guys. Corey, thank you, man.
I'm no hero.
You're here just in time to watch Clark.
Never will be.
So that brings us to 186, bro. Thank you. Actually, it says we're at 187, though. So I guess I missed one somewhere. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. I think I missed some chats. Hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself here before I do the drumming. Prince G says, we eating surf and turf, Xbox eating slop instead. And then GX said, what is your most anticipated... what are you most anticipating from RE9? And is it a Game of the Year contender? I think RE9 might be in the running for Game of the Year. It's going to be a crazy year, though, so it's still too early to tell. What I'm most anticipating from it is some insane next-level action as Leon, and hopefully some good, I don't know, some good tension when playing as Grace. Maybe a Leon send-off, I don't know. And then Eric from 850, I'm sorry I'm late to your milestone, man. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Hopefully you're still here. Member for 28 months, he says, did you see Amazon is shutting down King of Meat after only 6 months? Also, I think I got the title for my autobiography. What is it? King of Meat? I did see that. I don't know when they're going to learn, bro. Like, yeah. Amazon, I think, is done in gaming. Like, they shut down a studio that was of Forza developers, former Forza developers that were making, I think, like a Forza Horizon competitor, and they just shut it down. Maverick Studio or something like that. So, really sucks. But speaking of 187, had a dream last night where Ghetto God, what the hell? You know, speaking of that, Ghetto God, speaking of dreams, I had a dream last night. I was a nurse in a hospital taking care of patients. And there was this one old guy, but he was like evil. He was like an evil old man. He was like over in the corner of the room. And I like freaked out on him. I went berserk on him and ranted at him because he was like being super evil. I don't know. He was like saying some evil shit. And he was like an evil billionaire. And he like ruined people's lives. And I like lost my shit. And in the dream, I yelled at him I went so berserk, his eyeballs just fell out. Nurse MBG. I shit you not. That was a real dream I had. And I woke up, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay. Did I eat something weird last night? Don't get Gaming Survivor started. All right, guys, it's going to go silent for a second here. I'm going to go get the drum set up, drumming one out. I'm going to go do that. I won't be able to see the chat or anything like that. So it's going to just take a minute to set up. Am I a psycho? Yeah, apparently. I'm still here. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm still here. I just have to fix my camera. So here's what we're going to do, actually. Hold on. Is this broken or what? Okay. Sorry about that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the drumming, but I got to wait like 5 minutes or so. All right. I got to wait 5 minutes or so, and then we'll do the drumming. So I gotta pee real bad, as well. So I'll bring something up on screen maybe for you guys to watch. Let me see. What should I bring up? Wolverine trailer, maybe? Let me see. You know what? Here's what we'll do. Do Saros gameplay. Bring up Hunter's Gathering. Not going to do that one. But on the 7-second release date, Wolverine video. All right, guys, I'll be right back. We're still going to do the drumming. Okay? But I got to go pee real bad, dude. So in the meantime, enjoy some Saros.
Every time the sun dies, time stretches and tears.
Scan for Soltari signals.
Signal corrupted. Approximating.
Is that the thing from the ridge?
Confirmed.
You better stay out of my way.
Hey everyone, how's it going? I'm Gregory Loudon, Creative Director at Housemarque. Today we are thrilled to show off this first look of gameplay for Saros running on PS5. Saros builds on Returnal's award-winning action and tells the emotional and haunting story of Arjun Devraj's drive for answers on the shape-shifting planet of Carcosa. Here we show off one of our exciting combat features, the Soltari Shield. By holding R1, you can defend yourself and absorb projectiles. By absorbing projectiles, you can now hit back hard using your power weapon. By holding the adaptive trigger on L2, you'll be able to destroy enemies using Eclipse-driven weaponry.
Soltari holocache detected.
Mark it on the map.
Here is a Soltari hololog, where you can learn more about lost Carcosa.
I'll try.
Okay. Sorry to cut that off. Sorry if you were enjoying that. That's too bad. Yo, Irfin's like trying to record something on guitar real quick. He's like, hold on, BG, I got something for you. Listen, by the way, Gaming Survivor and whoever else may want to do any kind of like next time you do like a song, I don't know if you can do this with the AI songs. Try to see if you could do it without drums. And I'll, like, because at some point, fuck it, man, I'll try to lay down some shitty ass garbage track over top of the AI slop, so we'll just slop it up, man. You know. But a few more minutes here, and we'll do this. I'm gonna try to bring the chat over with me. I don't know if I'll try to bring the chat with me, and you guys will have to tell me how it sounds. I must perform a QA on Madam BG's chefery. Yeah. Without drums, yeah, that's possible. It's getting better each month. Yeah, we can see how that sounds. And I could just try to like drum to it on the fly. I don't know. Dude, I'm waiting for these drums to break. I really am. Like, I'm shocked they work at all. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take some of the money that Shadowlink donated at some point, eventually. Hopefully, I'll be able to. I'd like to get a new drum set at some point. Shit's just expensive, man. Like, I want to get like another electric kit. I think that's the way to go ultimately, but it's expensive, and it feels really hard for me to buy a new one until this one is fully broken. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got to be like fully broken. But all right, I think we're ready. I'll mess with the audio if I have to. We'll do a little bit of drumming. Try to face the microphone. If I can. I'm assuming you guys can hear me. I don't know how sensitive the gain is. No drums on that one. All right, hold on. All right, you guys aren't going to see me, but all right. I can see my chat. I'm going to test the volume. Is that good? Do I need to turn the volume up, or I don't know if you guys can hear it well or not. I'm purely at the mercy of the chat. Did something happen? Good. All right, it's good. All right, let me see. Gaming Survivor. I don't know if it's gonna. Gaming Survivor, can you post that link one more time, man? It's not showing up for me. Why is it not showing up? Oh, thank you. All right, let's see what the hell this sounds like. Wait, hold on. How did I... I'm sorry. I think I got it.
From Asher to Asher, dust to dust, the screen goes black and the plastic rusts. The dust to dust.
Woo!
Forget their game.
Yeah. Alrighty. Alright, so I definitely fucked up a couple times. Because, I never heard that before. Also, was there drums in that song, or is it just me? There were definitely drums in that song, right? I was getting all fucked up. I'm like, wait, why am I hearing cymbals? There you go. All right, I'll do a little bit more here. Just a little bit more random freestyle. Again, I have no idea how this sounds. It might sound like complete ass. But we'll have to do more of that. We need more AI slop. All right. Get some Slayer up in here. Go. All right. What else do I? I'm so limited in what I could do here. What else do I got in the arsenal here? My double bass pedal is fucked. I'm just feeling it today, I'm just feeling it. And I really got to upgrade my drums because this shit just ain't cutting it no more. What else can I do here? Little John Bonham triplets there, All right. I think that's enough. I think you guys get the point. Can I play Around the World by Red Hot Chili Peppers? Around the World.
You actually love the dampened, far back, deep purple bass acoustics of the room. Sounds so. I'm glad. Awesome. I'm glad it sounds good. Dude, I will tell you, man. I'm shocked those drums sound as good as they do, for as beat up as they are, man. Like, I don't know how they even work. I don't know how like the triggers even register. 46 and 2 drum solo. I ain't doing no tool, bro. My double bass pedal's fucked. I can't do fast double bass because it's just really old and rusted, and I didn't take proper care of it. So eventually I got to get a new one. But there you go, man. I have to lower this now, though. I don't know how, let's see. All right, well, there we go. I think we're back to normal now. We should be anyway. Well, yeah, I know you guys have been asking me to do a little bit more drumming. As a sound engineer, it was great. Well, that's really good to hear, Perfect Image. That makes me feel a lot better. Because, yeah, I'm just hoping it comes through the mic. You know, I got the amplifier set up, but like I said, eventually I would like to upgrade this kit. I haven't shown it to you guys yet. Eventually I will. But it's very, very basic. I look like giant behind it, I think, because it's pretty small. But not sound was good too. Not too quiet, not too loud. Well, good, good. I'm glad. Yeah, I always get nervous to do like the on-the-fly drumming stuff because I don't have anything properly set up, and I'm just like, I don't know if this is gonna like this is gonna be like, please God, stop. This sounds that bad. But I was really getting into it. Yeah, I was. But yeah, man. There you go. That's my thank you. Some thank you drumming for all the support, guys. And I'll try to incorporate that a little bit more if you guys enjoy it, you know, at the end of streams rather than just doing repetitions and stuff like that. But yeah, really quick, can somebody confirm to me before we wrap it up? That song Gaming Survivor sent did have. Okay, yeah, you're saying you got to bully the AI more. Got to whip the AI to do my bidding. It couldn't help itself. I thought it was going to be drumless because it sounded like it was going to be drumless. And then I just started hearing drums. I'm like, oh. So I don't know how, like, fucked up. I don't know if I, like, fucked up the song even more. MBG, more leaks coming to confirm Jason's reports. Which ones? I'm probably going to try the Marathon Server Slam at some point in between playing Resident Evil. Got to get that room fixed soon anyways. Yeah. Very happy hearing you drum. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Bobby. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I know Nate the Hate, Jason Aldean. Well, there we go. Guys, I think we crossed the 4-hour mark. How long was I drumming? I feel like I was drumming longer than I anticipated. I was just going on and on. But there you go, guys. Yeah, it was a good show. We had some good gaming conversations, good gaming topics, a lot of stuff that we went over today. Things are getting crazy out here, and like I said, I think March is going to be even crazier. So I'll do my best to keep up. I'll do my best to keep up with you guys and the channel and all the news, because for me, Resident Evil 9 basically kicks off, like, from this point forward, it's just I'm not going to be able to keep up. So I'm going to have to find time to get some serious gaming in. Yo, Johnny PlayStation is the one who did it, by the way. That's right. That's right. Johnny PlayStation came out. Herman saw it. Hideaki Nishino saw it. Even Hiroki Totoki saw it, and they're like, shit. Shit. We got to pull the plug on this, guys. Johnny PlayStation ain't happy. So, who knows? Maybe Johnny PlayStation will return in the future. Unleash the beast, man. This ball's still here. After drumming, none of the cats are down here. They're out of here, bro. They don't like when I drum because it's pretty, it's very loud for them. But such a good sound. Do you have a metronome clock or a looper pedal? The drums I have does have a metronome built in. Yeah, I never really use it though. God knows I should. Um, it's weird because like when I go to practice drumming with drumless tracks, you can tell like I'm so used to playing on top of songs that already have basically a metronome, like they, with the original drum tracks, and I don't realize how much I rely on that until I go to play a song myself. And when I come across like I was playing Outshined yesterday, drumless, and it's just dude, it's so hard, man. Like I have like such a newfound respect for drummers that they just keep time. Like if they play without a metronome and they just keep time, I'm like that's so hard to do. Um, that's like my weakest area. But all right, guys, I gotta go get some pizza. It's pizza time or Chinese food time. I'm not sure, but you could do drums again on Sunday. Yeah, we could do that if we hit our goals. A little celebration. We could do some more drumming, and eventually I'll upgrade my drum kit. I'll be able to turn the camera around, and it'll be the full thing, be the whole thing. But guys, before I head out, I want to extend a massive thank you to this awesome community. Thank you for all of your support. February was a great month. I'm saying that because I should be back, unless there's like an emergency stream, which is possible, but I should be back on Sunday. And I just want to thank you guys for all your support. We ended today at a absolutely insane 187 members, which is unbelievable. I literally can't believe that. Thank you guys so much. If you dropped any super chats, any direct donations, anything at all, if you were new to your membership, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys power the channel. None of this would be possible without your support. Simply couldn't do it without you. Also want to make sure to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comment section with those timestamps, give him some thanks and show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Thank you for what you do, Devil Shooter. And yeah, guys, I'm gonna go get some gaming in. All right, you do too. You guys get some gaming in, and we'll reconvene here Sunday. I did put a video out earlier, by the way. If you guys want to check that out. Yep, weekend's almost here. Before you go, how much are drum kits? I mean, it varies, Shadowlink. Like the one I'm looking at, it's basically like a upgraded version of the one I have. It's nothing too crazy. It's like $900, which is still on like the lower end, believe it or not, for a really good electric drum kit. Really good electric drum kits can go for like, I mean, if you're talking like top of the line, $3,000, $5,000, dude, they have electric drum kits. It's fucking wild, but they're like $10,000. And I'm like, excuse me? Like I could play it, but it's like, excuse me? $10,000, So the one I'm looking at is like, I think it's about 900, 1K. And I think it's like the newer upgraded version of the one I kind of have. Because this company, I have to admit, they're called Alesis. That's the name of the drums. I want to stick with them because I'm like, dude, I'm still playing your fucking drums nearly 10 years later. And even though this was an entry-level $600 kit, it still works. That they've earned my respect. I'm like, you guys make some quality drums over there. So, one day, you want to set up a direct dono, drop a 1K maybe. Oh, shit. Well, yeah, we'll see, Shadowlink. We'll see if we can make that happen. I'll buy it in real time. I'll do it live. Do a whole fucking do a whole thing. Yeah, the only thing I can't really, I think before I go, I think I have ultimately made the decision because I was really thinking about this. Like, do I want to go back to acoustic drums? The thing is, like, I just don't think that's the best way for me to do it because I'm too used to being able to change the sound of the drums. I'm too used to hooking up my headphones and controlling the volume of the drums, and connecting my phone and drumming with tracks and stuff like that. So I feel like even though acoustic feels ultimately better, I just don't know. I don't think I'd be able to do it. So I think if I'm being smart about it, it's like I got to stick. Once you go electric, it's hard to go back, man. It's hard to go back. But Shadowlink, bro, you're too. Shadowlink's gonna try to hook me up. He's like, I'm gonna hook you up with a drum kit, bro. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe one day in the future, we'll do like a, I don't know, we'll do like help me buy a new drum kit stream. I don't know, but I'll keep trying to use the one I have now until it's just purely unusable. I'm not trying to break it, but it doesn't want to go, man. It doesn't want to go. Johnny Concord. Yeah. But thank you guys. You're awesome. Only other thing I'll ask you to do before you head out is hit the like button, and that's it. Guys, please enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your Saturday. I hope to be back here on Sunday. I'm going to go get some gaming in. I got to go eat first. I'm starving. And I'm glad I'm not sick anymore either. So, yeah, dude. Do a full-blown drum solo. All right, guys, I'll catch you in the next one, all right? Until then, take care, everyone.